I'm not sure how to do Alan Bestwick, so I never heard of him. Also, hey, what's up, Joker and Azriel? As now you have been recruited to the uh, Green Bay Packers, but other than that, though, I want to also wish Elmeister. I want to wish him, or want to say hello to him and say, great to see you, man. I haven't seen you on one of these chats, but I will say that as far as Elmeister is concerned, if you guys like checking out the routes that he does, especially on the subway in New York City, if you're interested in those type of videos, definitely check them out because you will not be disappointed. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But anyway, I hope you guys are doing all right. And with all that said, though, of those who are here, and I know not everybody's here, given the fact that some others are doing streams, and in one or in two particular cases, I know that two of them are streaming at this time. But anyway, how's everything going there, Mr. Elmeister? And as well as to Azriel and Joker, Brooklyn Joker. But I hope you guys are doing all right. And I will say though, a few days ago, it wasn't that long ago that we had like it was like hot as an oven, really. But then it started getting cold. Well, not so cold that I'm freezing to death, but now it's like cold and it's rainy at this point. So, and if anything, we can definitely use the rain. I mean, I was beginning to wonder, have you ever seen the rain? But anyway, with all that said, and now that I've got all the pleasantries out of the way, you're watching WWE Payback. Oh yeah, the big one from Daytona from 2004 in the Busch Series. Wait, yeah, yeah. You showed me that one, and I just thought that was. Oh wait, what's this? Oh, okay. I was just I was checking out my message, but yeah, you showed me that, and I was reading the comments on that video that you sent me, and what most of them say is that NASCAR you know, isn't what it used to be. Like the last time that people enjoyed it fully was like back in 2011, and then by then it was just it just never was the same anymore. But I know that during the late 90s all the way up to the early 2010s and throughout much or throughout the entirety of the 2000s, like NASCAR was huge. So I will say that. Back at Daytona, the big crashes just happened off turn 2. Anyway, so you're watching WWE Payback. All right. Yeah. What like for those who don't know about IndyCar, what is that? Because like for many years, NASCAR was the big leagues, and now, well, that and the um, what was the other one? The IndyCar. That's also no. Well, actually, no. IndyCar is big leagues. What am I saying? Yeah, IndyCar's always also been big leagues, but for the casual, like for the filthy casuals, it was always the Indy or the it was always NASCAR for the filthy casuals. But yeah, without question, during the 2000s, yeah, NASCAR was huge, without question. So, but with that said, though, who wants to go first in terms of their team? And also, Elmeister, if you want to come back to the Madden series, most especially now that I have Madden 24. Yes, I have Madden 24, but I was in the middle of a season on 22, so I wanted to complete it. But yeah, Elmeister, if you're interested, I'm more than willing to bring you back. And but I also want to thank you on a personal level that I want to thank you for introducing me to a good friend in AJ. You know, because AJ has definitely, um, how do I put this? He's definitely become a player uh, ever since he started coming over to my streams and I imagine that like you and him had always been good friends. I'm gonna just say that though. IndyCar is now the main leader for open wheel racing. They they run the world. Yeah, they're the ones behind the famous Indianapolis 500. Yep, absolutely. That's the one claim to fame that IndyCar now has, and had always had. So that anyone who was wanting to look at IndyCar, it was definitely a great alternative, and is definitely the big leagues now. Yep. In fact, I had a video game for the PlayStation 2, and I believe it was IndyCar 2003 or 2004. I actually no, I think it was 2003 because it had some of the big stars like Helio Castroneves and like that was the one that came to mind. But there's some other big names. I'm probably not thinking of all of them, but anyway. To crown the 2023 NTT IndyCar Series champion, Alex Palou is the current point leader with 74 points over the six-time champion Scott Dixon. Wow. Is that if Alex finishes ninth or better, no matter what happens, he will win the title. Wow. So I imagine that everybody's going to be Mario Karting him if Scott and the rest of the guys that are behind him want to win. But yeah. Oh, all right. But yeah, it's definitely nice to catch up with you, Elmeister Sign, because the amount of points that you get in one IndyCar race is 54. If you get 50 points for winning a race, two you get two bonus points or two bonus points for getting the pole, one for leading a lap, and also more points for leading the most laps. Cody Rhodes got Jay Uso to come back as a member of Monday Night Raw. Awesome. Okay, I'm just gonna. So yeah, Azrael, would you like to have your game now, or do you want to wait, or whatnot? I realize this is very late, but I didn't want to like stream while another streamer was doing his show. And well, right now his is almost done, but obviously I wanted to get most of this done and whatnot. You'll do it now. All right, cool, cool. All right, so right now we have the Green Bay Packers. They are the lowest seed remaining, and unfortunately for them, they have to go into San Francisco and face off against their conference opponent and longtime rival, the San Francisco 49ers. So let's do it. But but yeah, Azrael, I hope you're enjoying WWE Payback, and yeah, let me know how you think of it, and like what were some of the standout moments, or if you're just simply enjoying it and you just want to watch it, that's understandable. Okay, so Azrael's here, so let me just let and then of course Joker is had recently joined the Packers, so yeah, Joker, if you're here, uh, you're up next, dude. And then the only other person I would need to let know is Crushing Kelly. Okay. And then let me also let the folks from or those who are on the San Francisco 49ers know. Okay, so one of them is streaming, so I don't know if let me check really quickly. Also, let me check back on the chat really quick too. Anyway, okay. Hey. Oh, and then Elmeister says that was when Indy Racing League and Kart were two separate entities. They immersed in 2008 into one and they became IndyCar. Oh, okay. And at the time they would be called the Verizon IndyCar Series. Judgment Day won the tag team titles. Yes. Although Patty is with the Cleveland Browns, but you're with the Packers. So, and plus, really the only way that you and Patty, like, were to. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's Atticus. I'm sorry. Yes, you and Patty are playing today. Yes, yes. But your brother actually got. But your brother got to me first, so we're gonna do that. Anyway, let's get the 49ers and then I guess I'll go with your game next there, Mr. Atticus son. All right, so there's the 49ers. Tomorrow at Portland the championship if Alex. Oh yeah, you already mentioned that. Sorry. Green Bay. Okay, Packers. Okay. Oh yeah, let me check one more thing. Let me check one more thing as far as my good friend, uh, my good friend Adrian, because I know that he said that he was doing his show. And oh, almost forgot to mention other. Hey, what's up, Jose? Oh shoot. Yeah, he's still streaming. Okay. If he finishes 11th and leads the most lap. All right. Green Bay moldy cheese. Wow, really? Really? Okay, let me just let Mr. Blaze know. And then finally, let me get Mr. Chris Clark. All right. And then after that, I will move on. Okay. Now we got him. All right, let me catch up in the chat really quick, Lil. Go 49ers. I don't need to go to Green Bay. Y'all need to go to Cleveland. Hey, your wife picked me up for Green Bay, Atticus. Yep. Really? Yep. It's Battle of the Ovals. Got moldy cheese oval and a red mining oval. Yeah, someone's gonna be digging for gold. I know that. Uh, if Alex wins the title tomorrow, he'll be the first to clinch a championship before the last race. Oh yeah, that's happened before where you win enough or get enough points to win. Although if he doesn't win or he doesn't have enough points to do it, then it's going to be something. So I'll go with that. Hey, what's up, Chris Frost? Well, your team hasn't even played yet, Chris, but do stick around because I will get to your game. But let's get to this game here. Let's do it. So whoever wins will face the winner of the other game. And then, of course, the Niners have the top seed. So if they, well, actually, yeah, if the Niners win, then they'll host whoever wins the other game. But if the Packers win, then the Packers will go to the winners' stadium there. Yes, it's going to be tomorrow. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't stream at the same time that Dragonheart did his show. Like, I didn't want to steal his thunder, you know? And plus, I didn't want this thunder to be stolen from me, if you know what I mean. No offense to him, really. Okay. Oh, yeah, let me make this clear. Okay. And now we're, of course, going up to 4 minutes a quarter. And with that said, that's how I can't even talk. With that said, let's get to it. I can't even talk, but let's get to it. But yeah, the number of minutes goes up per game or per round until we get to the Super Bowl, in which case it's one game, but it's 10 minutes a quarter. So there we go. Has become the head of the. Oh, really? Oh, you mean he's the headliner for the Hall of Fame class? Kind of like the way that WWE does it, as they've done it in recent years, where they have a class and then they have the head of the class, or as Vince would call it, the headliner, if you will. But let's start out with the San Francisco 49ers. But this time they are hosting the Green Bay Packers. And I'll get to who's on each team. By the time we get to Super Bowl, each team is going to have 5 players. Yeah, each team is going to have 5 players because all the teams that were on the bottom 8 are all eliminated. So each team, by the time we get to the Super Bowl, will have 5 players on their squad. And if you want to switch out players that you have and you don't want, if you're the GM, then you may do that. But you have to do it before the game. Or at least before the round. But anyway, let's get to it. Oh yeah, let me turn off my desktop notifications just so it doesn't become a thing. Oh yeah, and here's another thing I almost forgot to mention. Give me a second. I want to share with you the straw poll. So for anyone who hasn't voted on the straw poll, and that also includes Chris Frost, this straw poll will determine like I have a list of games that I'll stream, and you just simply vote for the games you want me to stream. So if you haven't voted on this yet, definitely go for it. Takes it out, and he gets all the way to the 24. Not bad. Does Benjamin. And of course, this was when Jimmy Garoppolo was still the lead man at that point. But as for the offensive players for the 49ers, you have 2 offensive linemen. You have an offensive guard in Chris Clark and an offensive tackle in Blaise McCoy. More information on the defensive players for Green Bay in just a moment. Anyway, nice run. Or actually, no. They don't have any defensive players or any creative players, as they're all offensive players, and I'll get to them when we get to them. But right now on the field is Chris Clark and Blaise McCoy on the offensive line. Anyway, and then Elmeister, why did you retract a statement? What's up? I hope it wasn't anything I said. Anyway, Garoppolo, and he gets sacked, and he gets sent all the way to the 14, and that's going to result in a 3rd and 20. What a play by the defense. I mean, I will say this, though. The defense was a strong suit for the most part. There you see Blaise McCoy, but In this case, it was... Oh, I didn't even see his name. But, yeah, 3rd and 20. And of course, the defense had always been a strong suit. Well, now it looks like they're going to pass. I mean, they should pass, and they will. Gets a completion, and while it's good, it's not good enough for a first down. 4th and 9. Oh, Gary got the... Okay, thank you very much. Gary got the sack, but hey, I have to imagine that you're very happy for your guys on defense that got the job done against Garoppolo. Anyway, there you see Kyle Shanahan. Then is now still the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. All right, so 4th and 9. And he kicks it away. And, well, that'll give them great field position as they'll start at the 33. But now we get to our offensive players, and it starts with this man, Azriel Black. And for the other positions on offense, you have Crushing Kelly, number 87. And then you also have a center in Brooklyn Joker. I'll let Joker know that he is that he's playing right now. And a completion for 3 yards. Oh, dang it! I did not mean to give him that. I meant to. I gave him the wrong. Link there. Come on, TJ, use your brain. All right, a completion and a first down, and they get to midfield. And hello to PS2 Prods. Hey, what's up, man? Nice catch there by Devontae Adams. Again, back when he was still with the team. But yeah, this is our final season on Madden 22. So the next time I'll be back for season 15, it'll be on Madden 24. Fix one handoff. However, San Francisco not fooled. They managed to get 1 yard out of that. So now that there's more time per quarter, I have to imagine that it'll make drives a little bit easier in the sense of, you don't have to rush anything. Gets by one guy, and he gets to the 38. In the big days of NASCAR, you like Matt Kenseth and Kevin Harvick. Yeah, they're good. Mine was always Tony Stewart. I'm just going to say that. Tony Stewart was he was my pick, as well as Dale Earnhardt Jr. Those were 2 of my favorites back in those days. Azriel trying to find somebody, and he gets the completion. And even though the momentum forced him to go out of bounds, it's still good enough for a first down, and that was to Alan Lazard. And of course, that stops the clock for the time being. Yes, Dale Earnhardt Sr. Yes. And Elmeister says Tony Stewart is his hero. Well, you know what, Azriel and Elmeister, I think Azriel's a... tell me the truth. Jeff Gordon, yeah, I also liked him too. Another completion, and this time it's to Crushing Kelly herself for her first reception. Correct me if I'm wrong, Azriel, but I take it you're a fan of like the older guys, not the current crop that we have. Like back in the days when it had the Winston Cup. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, Dale Sr., he was a champ. He was a man. Okay, so Azrael just confirmed it. So he's definitely a fan of the older guys like Dale Sr. and uh, and then I know his surname is Petty. I just know it's not Tom Petty, or is it? But I know his surname is Petty.
Now a 1st and 10 at the 11. They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to.
And Azrael, wait, did he catch it? He caught it! Touchdown, Davante Adams, and touchdown, Green Bay Packers. And for Azrael, he is stepping up his game, and he needs to, because he couldn't make the same mistakes that he made when he was playing for Dallas, and he couldn't make the same mistakes that he made in his first game with the Packers. And yeah, great throw and managing to get over the top of, I couldn't see his name. His name is back to me. Mosley.
On is Mason Crosby for the point after.
Oh, Richard Petty. Yes. Richard Petty. I just knew that Ricky Rudd. Anyway. Oh yeah, Darryl Waltrip. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, man. Like the names escape me, but it just goes to show I'm not that familiar with NASCAR other than the big guys like Richard Petty. Yeah, Richard Petty was a man. Dale Earnhardt Sr. was also a man, and then. Let's see, do we have a list of them?
Now after the touchdown, here's Crosby to kick it away.
Let's see.
Taken in at the 3. And out a little across the 25 to the 27.
Yep, Richard Petty. Let's see, who else? Jimmy Johnson, that's another guy. Kyle Busch.
They'll be looking to match that touchdown from a moment ago. 7-0 is the score as they begin with a first.
Oh yeah, Martin Truex Jr. That's another guy I'm just as familiar with. But those are just some of the big names, though. All right, let me see who else we have. Rusty Wallace. Hey, what's up, Jamar Games? How you doing, man? Buff Bagwell. Well, he was a wrestler for WCW. Oh, he did. I did not know that he had a concussion. That's actually news to me. I've never heard of him. But yeah, Buff Bagwell. He was. I mean, really, the only connection that you can make with WCW and NASCAR was the fact that one of its racers was involved with the NWO, like with Hogan and those guys, and a first down to Brandon Ayuk. Great catch by him. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to mention the one defensive player for the San Francisco 49ers, and that's my good friend Adrian Chambly. Of course, he is streaming currently, so of course he doesn't know, but I didn't want to interrupt him, so there you go. Let me see who else we have here. In a practice crash at Pocono, which I think is the most dangerous track of all motorsports because it tends to lead to a terrible crash, with Robert Wickens going into the catch fence. It was, WCW was a sponsor for a few NASCAR races in the Winston Cup era, but it was not for a big player. Yeah. I just know that TNT had a couple of races for, featured a couple of NASCAR races on their network from time to time. I would think.
Following the pickup of 4, here's 2nd and 6.
Yeah, Packers have drawn first blood. Now it's up to San Francisco to get second blood.
It's Mitchell.
Although he does get a couple of yards, does Mitchell? But now it is 3rd and 4 at the 48. Oh yeah, Dale Jarrett was awesome. Let's go see. Oh yeah, and of course we will see the Seahawks in action. And Garoppolo gets it away, and they get it to the 22. And I will say this though, Chris Clark and Blaze, they did a great job. They did a great job giving Garoppolo just enough time to get a pass off and a completion. Is the oldest Winston Cup champion in history. He won it in '99 at the age of 42. Yes, that's true. That Medusa, Medusa was a Munster truck driver. Of course, anyone who was watching Medusa in the WWE better also knows her as Alundra Blaze. Yeah, she was a Munster truck driver, though.
Sneaks his way forward only for a couple here. 2nd down.
Well, that call makes sense because they've been throwing it well on this drive, and once again they show passing formation.
Deborah Ann Michelli. Of course, I imagine. I'm not sure if she went under her real name or if she went under the Medusa name, but she was a Munster truck driver. I know that. And let's see, I'm not sure if she ever won a championship. And throws it away, does Garoppolo. I mean, she did win a lot of championships in professional wrestling, including the WCW Cruiserweight Championship. Although that championship's prestige had been eroded thanks to Vince Russo in his philosophy of they're just props, bro. And a completion and a touchdown. Although this could get called back, we'll find out what the flag is for.
Let's see if this will stand.
The United States Hot Rod Association champion, but it was against the Packers, so the touchdown will stand. And the penalty is declined, and San Francisco has struck back. Okay, so she went by Medusa. Awesome. Oh, let me catch up on the chat really quick. TNT went on board and was partners with NBC from 2001 to 2006. This was after WCW left TNT, and TNT and NBC together took fans over the Winston Cup Championship. And Kurt Busch, he was the first person to win the championship in the Chase era, driving the number 97 car for Jack Roush in 2004. Pass interference against the defense. Thank you for confirming that, Mr. Jose. But now it's a tie game with 1 minute and 2 seconds in the first half. Of course, you have Kyle Shanahan, still the coach. The coach then as now. And then, of course, you have the coach for Green Bay, Matt LaFleur. Then as now, also the coach still.
So
So each team, well, after Green Bay scored first, well, of course Green Bay got a stop, and then they scored first, and then San Francisco scored back, and now it's up to Green Bay to convert on this opportunity, especially given they have 57 seconds left to do that. All right, so Azriel, number 9, and an incompletion. That's his first one. That does stop the clock, however.
And there's another example, another incompletion.
So after the incompletion on first, now 2nd and 10.
Second and 10, a completion to Crushing Kelly, and that'll make it a much more manageable third down conversion attempt at 3rd and 4. And Crushing Kelly has 3 receptions for 21 yards. And a tackle by Fred Warner. Yeah, they once had a they once had a women's title, but they really didn't go all in as they should have. You know, especially to differentiate themselves from, WWE. In fact, you could say that it was wasted, really, because they didn't they didn't try to differentiate from the WWE in the sense that, WWE treated its women's division, and to some extent it kind of does still today, but definitely not as bad as it did for the majority of its history. Although, wait a minute, rather his brother, Azriel, got sacked, and it was by Joey Bosa. Yeah, Joey Bosa got his hands on Azriel, and while Azriel is a big, strong man, like, he can't get hit like that all the time by Joey Bosa. You can't.
2nd and 21, a lot of ground to cover.
I see. They alternated between the first and second half of the seasons. And, well, they do get a completion, but does not get out of bounds quick enough to get another play running. So at the end of the half, it is 7-7.
As we'll send you back over to Orlando with our EA Sports halftime report. Here's Jonathan Coachman.
Okay, right, Brandon.
Well, that would be if, WCW were still in business, which they're not. And plus, we don't even have enough tag teams in the cruiserweight division to make that happen. And it looks like Green Bay's going to receive for the second half.
A big role in this third quarter in what's been a tight contest so far.
But yeah, Elmeister, let me know when you want to come back to the Madden series and the WWE series, in case you want to go back and kick some butt. Or if you are or if you're focusing on other projects, that's understandable. I don't want to force you. But if you want to, just let me know. But yeah, that was awesome that we got to learn more about NASCAR and IndyCar. And they get to the 23. They'll start at the 23, does Green Bay. I'm also very active with LUFC. Oh, yes, LUFC. What's that? The name always escapes me.
We didn't
Level
even
Up,
get close to our best in the
Level
first
Up
half, so
FC.
we don't have to go out and win one for the Gipper. Let's just go out and play our best football and win one
Of
for
course,
us.
this is the same group that AJ came from. Uh, AJ Cool Kid. All right, 1st and 10 at the 23. Level Up for Charity.
The second half starts with a carry by Jones.
And wow!
Down, getting this one
And
up to about
and
35.
and Jones just had a guy on his back and he just carried him
We did not
10
see that one in the
yards.
first half, but a good start to the third quarter.
And I
1st
know
and
they're
10
fast
at the
units
at the
watching
35.
this. They did a great job adjusting at the
Level
half.
Up for Charity.
Sometimes you don't make adjustments.
And as you can see, yeah, he had the guy on his back,
A bit better,
but
and maybe this
he
time
was
it's
able to
different.
get just enough to get 10 yards. Anyway, there you see Brooklyn Joker, number 56, the center,
Up to the 35 now.
Crushing Kelly, number 87, and number 9 is Atticus. And that was not a good pass.
The field, but it's incomplete.
Although, good job by the defense to make it tough for Atticus.
I know people
Or
think it's
Azriel, sorry.
say the same things over and over, but they're tried and true in the game of football. Who's going to block better? Who's going to tackle better? In this case, to me, it's turnovers.
All right, now
You have to
Azriel.
take care of the football in order to win the game.
And 2nd and 10, he'll look to throw
Gets it off, and he gets a completion,
completion. And he'll be taken down.
and he gets it to, I believe that's Cobb. But yeah, Cobb was able to break away from one tackle
Especially the little
and get a couple more yards.
are just quicker than fast. A lot of them combine quickness and
So yeah, Azriel gets it to Cobb.
footballs, as we just saw there.
Was able to get away from Ward for a little bit, but get a couple more yards there. GK is also responsible for Ferris is awesome. He's cool. I like Ferris. They pitch it, but that was not a good play call. I mean, yeah, it got 1 yard, but San Francisco, they saw the run coming. There you see Chambly.
Here's 2nd and 9, just a yard on that last run. Again, it's
Oh, they hand it off, and this time the run play goes much smoother. Alex 08. I have to wonder though, how much well, not you, but how much has Level Up for Charity raised in terms of like, and what, charity does it distribute its charity to? Like who does the charity benefit? Does it benefit orphans? Does it benefit the homeless? The Salvation Army or something? Anyway, another completion, and this time to Crushing Kelly.
first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
Oh yeah, Toad the Gamer, aka the Green Toad, was the runner-up for the championship this past season. Awesome. Hey, there's Carol. How are ya? Haven't seen Carol in a while, but anyway, 1st and 10,
On first down, Black.
and oh, that could have been bad, but I mean they were really trying to strike while the iron was hot, but it's now 2nd and 10. Minute and 36 seconds left in the 3rd at the 27. But he had the most Yeah, I mean, when you have a dominant season like, some like the champion did, it's like when you win it the way that you do, and it wasn't like it was a close, and if it wasn't even close, it's like, what does the champion have left to prove other than that they were the most dominant champion in the history of that organization?
This will be the 8th play of the drive here. 3rd and 4.
And then Azrael. Oh, that was, I mean, good defensive sequence there by the Niners to bend but not break, though. Scorpion. Oh, that's his name?
What they were trying to tell us is they believe it's a matchup game at that point, and they liked some matchups that they had, thought they could exploit.
All right, so they're going to go for a field goal.
On that play.
Kicks it away, and it is good. Green Bay takes the lead, but now San Francisco has a chance to either tie it again or take the lead. And while certainly that's better than getting no points at all, well, now it's up to Green Bay's defense to stop them.
And hope that you've motivated your defense to take the field and hold that lead.
Oh yeah. Once again, I just want to share this with the chat. I forgot to pin this last time, so that's on me. So I will pin it. So that the straw poll, of course, it's just to simply determine like what games you want me to stream. And of course, the game or games that get the most votes will be done first. And then I just work off that order from the most popular down to the second least popular before starting another poll again. So if you haven't voted, definitely vote. Okay, back to this game now. So starting at the 27-yard line, 58 seconds left to go in the third. Garoppolo, another completion. And they get 6 on that, so 2nd and 4. Makes me wonder, though, Elmeister, have you ever been a champion? I imagine that, you know, if you're in the organization, you want to be the champ. You want to be the top dog. Anyway. You kind of remind me of my buddy Dylan the Dude from Level Up. How do I remind you of him? Is it my personality, or is it the way I talk, or is it just the way that I treat people? Because he probably sounds pretty good, though. Yeah, if they don't tie it or they don't go ahead, then yeah, they may very well be eliminated. Anyway, they do get 2 yards on that run to end off the third quarter. I will say, though, that this stadium definitely did a great job with hosting a Super Bowl. Oh, yeah, that's right. They hosted Super Bowl 50, which was between the Carolina Panthers and the Denver Broncos. That's right. A touchdown will give them a lead of 4, but a field goal will tie it. Well, that's if they hit the extra point after the touchdown. But they do get another completion. Garoppolo, 7 of 8, 98 yards, and a touchdown. And he got it to George Kittle.
That's something that they can jumpstart with and maybe start to move the ball a little bit better. But it's been tough sledding for them here the entire second half.
So into Packer territory now.
All right, 1st and 10.
At the 44-yard line. Looking to throw.
Garoppolo. Another completion.
Same result, it's Kittle. And he gets this inside the 35-yard line.
And once again, he's going right to the tight end, George Kittle. But I like to thank you, Elmeister, for thinking that I remind you of your good friend. All right, 1st and 10. They get a screen pass, and well, they get a couple more yards.
So
And right now, San Francisco is dangerously close. They are 28 yards away from possibly taking the lead. I mean, right now, a field goal will definitely tie it, but they have a second down and the third down to work with. Garoppolo. Garoppolo! No. Incomplete. 3rd and 4.
And now it's 3rd down.
Well, that plays a statistic that's going to go on the defensive team stat sheet. Won't necessarily reflect in ours, right? The overall.
And obviously, if you're Green Bay, and obviously you want to, you would much rather they, take a field goal, although a screen pass and a first down, and then forced out of bounds to stop the clock. But yeah, if you're Green Bay, you would much rather settle for a field goal if you had the chance or had the choice, really. But if they can come up with a big play, if they can come up with a fumble or an interception, they can then seal this game away and put an end to it. San Francisco at the 21. And once again, forced out of bounds to stop the clock. 2nd and 3. And again, they go to George Kittle. Anyway, there you see Blaise McCoy, number 77, and Chris Clark, number 62. In fact, they're on the right side of the center. And in fact, 2 of those guys are blocking one guy. And a 1st and goal at the 9. And they got it to Brandon Ayuk. Yeah, this is not looking good if you're Green Bay. But on the other hand, it ain't over till it's over. All right, 2-minute warning.
These two sides with 2 minutes left to go in the 4th.
And the idea, as far as San Francisco is concerned, is yeah, you want to take the lead, but you want to leave as little of the clock as you can possibly leave. They hand off, and a touchdown, San Francisco. They do, in fact, take the lead. And, of course, they got it to Mitchell, and Mitchell just ran it down. All right, so point after touchdown, and it's good, so it's 14-10. Elijah Mitchell. And now they do the dab. Dab!
After the touchdown, it's Robbie Gould now to kick it away. This fielded right at the goal line.
And, whoa, nice return there at the 28. Okay. See, what do we have here? So about a minute and, 53 seconds left. So now it's up to Azriel to run a less than 2-minute drill here. So right now, it's if they force a punt or a field goal, this game is over. They need a touchdown. They can't win or at the least tie with a field goal. They need a touchdown. Anything short of that, it's over.
He'll look to throw.
Azriel with a small completion
They'll contain him to just 4. Second down.
for a 4-yard gain.
Some people crazy
Second and 6.
underneath. They gotta find a way to gash the defense downfield.
Packers have
The clock still runs. We're at 90 seconds now.
Cole. I don't know if you saw the rules, but
Back to throw.
do not use the Lord's name in vain. I'm just telling you.
Pass complete. It's Adams. And he's going to be taken
But anyway,
down with a penalty.
so you say they don't have any defense. Well, wait. Let's see. What was this, Cole? That was a holding against the Packers. Oh, that's not good.
Decent gain.
That's not good because now that forces them to go back at the 21. You just can't make mistakes like that, and especially when you're down.
Now they face a second and long following the holding penalty. Back to
Anyway,
throw.
Azriel, a completion, and
It's Adams. Now after the completion,
uh-oh,
we're gonna
we have
get
a
timeout.
we have an injury to Fred Warner,
While the training staff works on him,
and that's not good.
and be right back.
That's not good if you're Fred. Yeah, definitely. You can't make those type of errors. Although if Fred is hurt, the Niners will have to go without him, and that might give Green Bay a way to exploit a matchup problem. But time will tell. It could be. It could be.
Here, 3rd and 10.
I mean, the game is not very descriptive as to like what type of injury it was.
They'll look to throw.
And a completion, and then some,
Lazard. And out across
and they got it to Alan Lazard,
Tell you what, he's been able to put the ball
but they can't waste time. They got to line up.
Yeah, a lot of people would call it a gutsy type of a throw. I think he
That was a huge gain,
I can do it. So it's not that big of
and
a
had it not been for number 1,
First down now, but the clock continues to move.
that could have easily. Nope, incomplete.
Incomplete.
That'll stop the clock for the moment. But Green Bay has all 3 timeouts though.
That's certainly not the worst thing. It stops the clock and lets your offense catch its breath and lets us exhale a little bit. Now I expect them to call a couple plays in the huddle so they're ready if a tackle happens inbounds.
After the incomplete pass, here now is second.
Yeah, well, that's the best thing you could have said. So I appreciate that. Anyway, Azriel gets a completion,
For Jones. And this one
and a timeout has to be used up. That's the first one, and it's 3rd and 6 when we get back.
as the clock stops here with 46 seconds left to play.
Oh, that was Ward, number 1, who made that crucial tackle, because if he doesn't tackle Lazard, that's a touchdown.
Get to the 35 if they want to keep this drive going on 3rd down.
Now this is a big one. They got to get this.
Black.
Azriel, intercepted,
In the air, and now it's intercepted.
intercepted, and that might just seal the game.
And the 49ers have just
Intercepted.
up this football game. Well, you knew you had to take some chances here with the clock.
I mean, he was trying to go for number 18, but he didn't see.
That one might have
Wait.
just sealed their fate.
Yeah, and that's
Wait, was it knocked out or anyway?
trying to go downfield.
Well, either way,
But defenses,
it was intercepted, and
that they do,
oh, that has got to hurt.
they want to be in position to make a play on the ball, and that they did.
He was doing so well, and then just made one mistake, and it was over. So yeah, unless they can force a fumble or a turnover or anything like that, I mean, this game's over, man.
9 now. They'll come up on a 1st and 10. Down to a knee here. The defense still with a couple of timeouts.
That was one of the
We'll see
best.
if they wanna use 'em. Now the
Yeah,
Packers gonna go ahead and use the second and
I wasn't kidding when I said that.
as they stop it here with just under 40 seconds to go
You
in
know,
the
read the
game.
rules, my dude. Thank you. Yeah, as Jose said, I mean, I agree with the fact that it was a great pick on the part of the 49ers. But yes, as Jose is suggesting, I'm just telling you.
This one about to be on a
Because and here's why. And I'm just gonna shoot from the hip here. The reason why is because the last time that I ever said the Lord's name in vain. Like when I said, those two words in one go, it was the worst day of my life. And basically anything that could have gone wrong did go wrong. So that'll do it as far as Green Bay is concerned. And of course the GM for the 49ers is not present with us in the chat. So that means that by default, they will go with the best player available in the free agent pool. Although San Francisco does punt it away, but not enough time to do anything though. As far as what went wrong, wait, with me or with the game? I mean, with the game, it was just a bad pick at a bad time. But for me, like basically, like what's the word? I was late for class. I got an F. And I'm talking about like in college, really. So I was late to class, and then I got the results from one of my tests, in which I thought I did pretty well, but I ended up getting an F. Turns out I didn't know anything. And then, and then when I went to go to lunch, like usually the line wasn't. Usually the line to get lunch is more reasonable, but on that day it was. I might as well, as I'm the only member of Green Bay here. Well, again, that's up to that's up to the what is it, the best player available, and if it turns out that they do need a quarterback, then yeah, they'll definitely pick you up, Azriel. But anyway, but yeah, I was late to class, took long to get lunch, I got an F on a test, and then because I got an F on the test, I ended up getting so mad I hurt my foot. No, I did not get raped. I'm like, then as now, I was never that attractive. So I was never really that attractive enough to actually to go that far, really. But I mean, but no, I was so mad about getting an F. I ended up kicking the wall, but I forgot that I was kicking a wall. I was not kicking some inanimate object. So I ended up hurting my foot. Now, sure, it was more of a bruise, and it wasn't like a fracture or anything like that, but it still hurt. Still hurt. And then of course the traffic was so bad that it took me practically forever to get back home, and I didn't get much sleep because of it. Like by the time I got home, like dinner was cold, and then what else? And then following the next day, I didn't get as much sleep because I couldn't go to sleep. So yeah, basically anything that you could think of, at least within reason, it happened. And but no, but it was like but it was pretty bad to where like nothing was going my way really. But it was never that far to the point of I got hurt by somebody or uh, raped uh, or anything like that. I mean, I guess the only thing close to that would have been the time that I was burglarized. That was the second worst day of my life. Of course, being burglarized, I mean, sure, I wasn't hurt, but all my valuable stuff that I had at that point, well, most of it anyway, uh, got stolen from me at my old house. But they were, but of course, each of those two times it was prompted by, saying God's name in vain, and ever since then, ever since then, I vowed never to say His name in vain. And the reason I put that as a rule is so that that you don't go through the worst day of your life. neither you nor Jose nor Azriel. I mean, sure, losing in this game hurt, but it's not the worst thing he's ever had. But at least not in the man behind the character's life. But really, the whole thing still stands, though. But but um, but yeah, it just wasn't fun. And of course, Garoppolo played the better game. Of course, he played the better game, and obviously he had a great team to help him. But yeah, both guys threw touchdowns, but unfortunately that interception was the one that killed him. Because without that, who knows? Maybe the Packers do score and they probably win the game. But yeah, being robbed, of course, also didn't help. Or you know, it was pretty bad too. I'm gonna just say that. Elijah Mitchell with that touchdown run that he had. Of course, crushing Kelly was um, productive to say the least. Of course, McCoy allowed a sack, but it didn't hurt as bad as the one by Lucas Patrick. And then, of course, Aziz Al-Shahir was the guy that got the game-winning interception. And then, of course, Nick Bosa had the sack. And then Zadarius Smith and Gary each got a half a sack for that. But those are just the stats for each of those teams, though. But still. Although, let me check out your channel there, Mr. Cole Crawford. Okay, so you don't have a video, but... But anyway, without any... Yeah, and Adrian, of course, is the... and, of course, Adrian is on the Niners, and he would be the GM to pick somebody. Hey, how's it going there, Patty? Just in time for the end of one game and the start of the next. So, if you're ready, or if Jose's ready with the game, it's there. Anyway, and then Azrael says, "Hi, Patty." Anyway, let me go over to. Oh yeah, that's right. Let me go to the Green Bay Packers to. There we go. All right, so I need to put the Packers. That includes Brooklyn Joker, Crushing Kelly Black, and Azrael Black in the free agent pool. And then, because Adrian is not here, the default option is go with the best player that's available. Or based on what the team... the best player available based on the biggest need if they're going to win a Super Bowl. So that's what we're going to do. All right, let me catch up on the chat really quickly here. Adrian. Adrian is the GM, but again, because he's not here, I have to act on his behalf and provide him the best player for the team. Oh, Patty was watching. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Okay, so let's take a look at the 49ers and see what they do need. Let's see what they need. And also compare with who's in the free agent pool. Okay. All right, so Garoppolo. All right. Oh, let me sort out the positions and the free agents really quick. Okay. So we have 4 centers. We have a defensive end, a defensive tackle. Okay, so we have a little bit of a spread. Let's see, quarterback. There's only one quarterback, and that's Azrael. Okay, so 75. That's something. Mitchell could be better, but it's definitely better than most. Oh yeah, and of course you have the man with one vowel, Kyle Juszczyk. And then they have Debo Samuel. Although Ayuk and Sanu Sr. are not bad. Though it could be better. They have one of the best in George Kittle, so that one's all sewn up. Let's see. Offensive tackle or left tackle, they're set there. Tomlin, they're set there. Alex Mack, they're set there. Chris Clark, he's got that sewn up, as does McCoy. And on the left defensive end, they have Eric Armstead. He's got that sewn up. Nick Bosa on the right end, they got that sewn up. Okay, defensive tackle might be another possibility. But what about left? Ooh, even though he was productive, that's a possibility there. That's a possibility. Fred Warner. Let's see, wait, middle. Okay, Fred Warner. He's got that one sewn up. And then right outside, okay. Oh yeah, Chambly and Mosley. They got that one good. Free safety, yeah, pretty good. Jimmy Ward, pretty good. Although kicker could use a little bit of help, but oh yeah, let me go back to. But yeah, it looks like let's see, left outside, defensive tackle, and quarterback are the big ones right then and there. All right, let me catch up on the chat really quickly. Hey, Patty could she could pick you up as a free agent, and you could play. Yeah, they could. They very well could do that. Well, now that you're a free agent, of course. But that's if Patty wants to do that. Again, only the GM has the authority to do that. Okay, so if they're not going to pick up Azrael, then defensive tackle and left outside linebacker. I'm going to go with left out. I'm going to go with linebacker for them. Now, who do they have? They have Ram and Clinton Flippin. Obviously, if of course, when it comes to a choice of one of two, they would probably pick the guy with the most experience, and that would be Clinton. So we'll pick up Clinton and put him on the left side, mainly for the fact that he has Super Bowl experience over Rain Sinclair, or not Rain Sinclair. What am I saying? Over Ram. Sorry. Of course, he is a middle linebacker, but I'll move him over to the left. It's not a problem, and I'll fix that after that. Okay, so Clinton gets to join the San Francisco 49ers. Anyway, hey AJ, what's up? Good news, you haven't missed your game yet. How you doing, man? Okay. Oh shit, I meant to go over to manage players really quickly. And then I think Atticus and Pat. I think Atticus wanted his game, and of course Atticus plays for the Cleveland Browns, and they're going to be facing off against the Kansas City Chiefs, which includes Jose's game. So there's that. And then AJ says he just got out of work. All right, cool. Okay, so let me put him to left really quickly. Sure, I'll pick you up, Azrael. Okay. Hang on a second. Atticus is about to stream. Oh shit. Well, I'll let Atticus be. But if you guys want to check out Atticus's show, you can. Azrael, you're more than welcome to share the stream. In case for those who want to watch wrestling. Oh, okay. So I better. Okay, so it looks like I'm gonna have to move him over, or let me get him a. Oh yeah, and there's also the Seahawks too. Of course, they'll be going up against the Giants in the next in their game. Okay, looks like I'll have to get a middle linebacker for the Niners too. Apparently. Okay, I'll give him Avery Williamson just because that's who's available. So yeah, there's there's the link in case you want to check out Atticus's show. I just need to change his position and then we'll go from there. That's all I need to do. Change him to left. Okay, cool. Got him. All right. And then I'll take care of his stats off camera because that can take a while, so I don't want to take up too much time here. Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. Is Jose still here? Hey, there's Atticus. Actually, I'm gonna watch Atticus's show on my phone. If he's doing his show. I haven't gotten the notification yet, so let me get that. Need to put. Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah. So Patty, before we start, um, of the teammates that you currently have beside yourself, you have Atticus at quarterback, but then you also have an offensive tackle in Cole Weston. So the question is, who do you want to swap out to bring in Azriel and have him go at wide receiver? Because so you can swap out Atticus or and have Azriel be the quarterback, or you could swap out um, Cole Weston and then have Azriel come in and play wide receiver. Cole, okay. Then in that case, I have to release him and then bring in Azriel. So this will take some time. So give me a moment here. Oh yeah, the Browns. I'm sorry. Bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so Cole, I'll have to let him go. Okay. And then, yep, I have to, of course, I have to do all this stuff, of course, but, and then go over to the Browns and, no, not Cribs and Ninja, Azriel. I have to sign him, and then I have to convert him into a wide receiver. Okay, wait, that's Atticus. I gotta make sure I remember to pick the right member of the House of Black. Okay. All right, so I need to, and then I also have to adjust his stats, if at all. And if I do, then that'll take some time. So there you go. All right, so if I do that, where's his stats at? Where's Azriel? Azriel, where did that? Okay, I guess I'll have to go under wide receiver. What the heck? Oh, he's at he's at 61. Oh shoot, I better increase his stats really quickly. That's the bad thing about switching from a completely different position, because it means you have to go through the ratings to change it, and it's too bad that they don't show you like the what's the word? They don't show you what the overall looks like, as opposed to the first time that you do it, which really sucks. But okay, catching traffic, we'll make that 80. Catching, we'll make it 30. And then deep route, we'll go 75. Impact blocking, we'll go 80. Jumping, we'll go 75. Punt return, definitely going to make it 85. Lead block, yeah, he can block. And then increase this to 80. There's a method to my madness, so this is like all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, though. Pass blocking. And he's not a finesse guy, but he's definitely a power guy. Go to release. And I'll try to get him as close to 87, or if it's over by just a little bit and it's not completely broken, that's fine. But yeah, this is all the stuff that goes on between that. Okay, 85, and then spectacular catch will go to 80, and then all the other stats. Actually, let me increase this really quickly. We increase each of these by 5 and see if that makes a difference. Okay. Okay, that puts him at 81, but I want to get him to be the top guy, so let me go back and increase some of his attributes really quickly. But yeah, this is all the stuff that goes on between, let's see, what should I increase? I guess maybe his break tackle, I can do that. Maybe increase his catching, maybe. Maybe increase this a little bit here. Okay. 82, not bad, but we're almost done. If I can at least get, 84 or better, then I'll go with that then. I mean, Azrael, do you honestly expect me to to have left you at 61 or something? Okay, all right. Oh, that's a good idea. All right. 75 jumping, we'll go to that one. And then this, well, I'll increase this if I can increase these. So, I'll increase those. I'll increase that. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. And then, all right, let's see if that makes a difference. Let's see. That puts you, no, that didn't do much of a difference there. Okay. Let's see what's the next thing. Well, you do have great awareness. I imagine that being you're a relatively older player, you would have awareness and backcourt vision. You should, especially at the age that you're at, I imagine. I'm trying to think of like what goes on from the mindset of a seasoned veteran. Maybe increase this a little bit. Maybe increase the trucking and the toughness, maybe. Let's see if that helps, though. Oh, catching traffic? Oh, 83. Okay. Let's try that. Let's try that. Yeah, that's something that a relatively older player would do. Yeah. Does that? Okay, 84. Actually, that'll make you the top guy. Of course, I don't want to spend too much time on that, but I think that should take care of that. But as long as you're the top ranked player, then you're. Oh, I almost forgot. I got to put you on the lineup. What am I doing? I almost forgot. I got to put you on the depth chart. How stupid of me. And same thing with the Niners too. I almost forgot to do the same. Okay, so Clinton is up there. And then for the Browns, let me go back to wide receiver. Okay, so he's on the top spot. All right, there you go. Okay, so Azriel is with them. You're about to go live. All right, not a problem. I'll let you know of the results, or yeah, I imagine that Patty and Azriel will let you know of the results. But with that said, since the three of you are here, the only other people I need to let know is let's see. So it's going to be the Cleveland Browns at the Chiefs. Okay. And for the Chiefs, let me get Diamond Light, Jose, and Brandon. So just let those guys know. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm gonna make sure I. There we go. And let me take a look at the. Here. See you soon, Atticus. All right. And then, oh yeah, and then finally, Diamond Light, as he's the GM here. Okay, we got him. We got him. Let me check the. Nope, you hadn't had your game yet, but we're gonna get to that one. Oh yeah, let me cross out the Green Bay Packers, as the Green Bay Packers have been eliminated. But do stick around, Chris, so that way when this game is done, you'll be up next. So definitely stick around. If not, AJ or Jamar will probably take it. So do stick around, my dude. All right, so 4 minutes. We're gonna get the late game, and it's clear. All right, cool. So with that said, good luck to the Chiefs and the Browns. And if I'm not mistaken, I remember that they faced off against each other, did the Browns and the Chiefs, in the divisional round of the 2020 playoffs. And of course, and this was, a week after the Browns had upsetted the division winning Steelers in what turned out to be Ben Roethlisberger's second to last season in Pittsburgh. But we're going to find out if Atticus can go toe-to-toe, or should I say one-on-one with the great one known as Patty Mahomes. But that also, if, Azriel can go one-on-one with Travis Kelce. But I have to think that the difference maker when it comes to special teams is indeed Patty Chase. Because if it should come down to a field goal for the Browns, that's where Patty comes in. But she's also in there for extra points, like after touchdowns. And Cleveland will start with the ball.
Here's the kicker, Harrison Butker, ready to get this one started. And into a sea of red, we're underway.
All right, takes it away. And they will start at the 25. So now we have Atticus Black making his debut, replacing Baker Mayfield. And we'll see what kind of throws he can come up with with this offense, especially that they have Austin Hooper, Nick Chubb, as well as Landry, and who else did they have at that point? And then on defense, you have Myles Garrett, but we'll see him when we get there. I'll go over the offensive and defensive players in just a moment. But we have Atticus and a completion to, of course, the wide receiver, Azriel. So Azriel with the catch. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. What am I doing? I forgot to, what is it? Put Cleveland and then turn him into a wide receiver. There we go. I forgot to sort it back. How stupid of me. Okay. Fakes the handoff. And, whoa, nice catch, but great defensive work there by number 27, I think. Or was it number 21? I'm not sure. Oh, no, I think it was number 21, Hughes, because if Hughes does not make that play, then it's another great completion there by Atticus at quarterback. Another completion, this time to, I believe that's Hooper, Austin Hooper. But they do get a first down. Yep, Austin Hooper for 14 yards. And then for the defense on the Chiefs, you have on defense the GM, Diamond Light at linebacker. And an incompletion. 2nd and 10. But anyway, how's it going there, Chris?
So line of scrimmage still at 39 on 2nd and 10.
All right, 2nd and 10. Hands it up.
And they got it to Nick Chubb, but they only get 1 yard out of that. I mean, nice stop there by Thornhill to limit the damage, but they're at the 38, so they are within field goal range if they should need to kick a field goal. But of course we all know that they want to get a touchdown. And Atticus unfortunately got sacked by Bolton. Oh, man, that's not... The worst time you can get sacked was that. And of course the coach is very upset with the... well, now that now that Cole Weston's not there anymore to shore up that side, but that's probably going to force a punt, and in fact, that's exactly what will happen. Anyway, here is Patty Chase, and we'll see what she does. Kicks it away. And that'll be spotted at the 22. But now we have Patty Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes, without a doubt, the MVP of a couple of seasons. And of course, with Jose, now Jose, of course, has since converted into a wide receiver. And then, of course, you have a running back in Brandon Cuevas. So for Cleveland, if they're going to have any chance, they have to find a way to stop him. Well, Patrick gets 7 yards on that rush. The second, yeah, of course he's not the original. Yeah. As his old man was a baseball player in the MLB. It's just unfortunate that he wasn't a big-time player like his son in that sport. Fakes the handoff. And a completion. And they got it to number 20. That was Jose Blanco for his first reception in a long time. So Jose is number 20. And a screen pass. And another first down past midfield. Well, I know that while, let's see, I know that Diamond Light isn't here, but if I know Diamond Light the way that I do, I know for a fact that he's going to want Najee on his team just because they're brothers. They're brothers. So I know for a fact that he wants to get Najee on the Chiefs should they be successful and win. But on the other hand, if Cleveland wins, I mean, they would be knocking out a major contender to win the Super Bowl.
The run got 4. Now they deal with a 2nd and 6.
And of course, they have a much improved running game, especially now that you have Brandon at the helm. It's going to be 3rd and inches when we get back to the second quarter. That's the end of the first, and then at the end of the first, it is 0-0. If the Browns win, that means I lost twice to Patty. Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with losing to Patty. I don't know. What do you think, Patty, about that statement? Anyway, there you see Blanco. And then I didn't see what number Cuevas is, but we'll see in a minute. So 3rd and inches. They do, in fact, run it, and they give it to their other running back, to Williams. So they get a first down and they convert on that 3rd and short. I mean, really, out of all the remaining teams, as far as the Chiefs have to take on, I mean, you still have to deal with the Cincinnati Bengals and the Chargers. Although the Bengals are, if anything, the Bengals are the team that are the best suited to face off against them. Screw you, Taco Boy. Although, wait, we got an injury on Newsome, the second. 2nd and 2. I will say this, though. Kansas is doing a pretty good job with their running game. Especially because they now have a guy that can just run people over. I mean, if anyone knows about getting run over, Jose is that guy. And another completion, and hey, I pay attention. I just chose not to care. But I don't want to destroy that fragile skin. Really? You do realize Patty could destroy you. I imagine you were talking to Jose there, Mr. Asriel. Not a problem. Wrong chat. Incompletion. That's the first incompletion by Mahomes. Although Mahomes hasn't really had to throw it all that much. But that was the first incompletion there. And for Cleveland, I mean, if they're going to have any chance, they got to force turnovers or get takeaways, as they call them, or they can just get him to settle for a field goal. They'll take it. Wrong chat. No worries. All right, 3rd and 10. This is a big one for both teams. For Kansas City, this is their chance to get closer, if not get a touchdown. And for Cleveland, this is their chance to limit it to a field goal. But then he gets him running, evades a tackle, and does he get a first down? No, he does not. He comes up too short. I'm tough, Jose. Get that straight. I know how to take a person out and hide the body. Oh. Okay. Oh, they're going to go for it. Oh, now, this is huge, because if they don't get this, then they'll turn it over on downs. They hand it out, and did he get enough yards? They do. Wow, that's huge, because if he doesn't get it, then they'll turn it over. But instead, it is 1st and goal at the 2-yard line. 1st and goal. Worst thing you can do if you're, Kansas City as we go into the 2-minute warning. The worst thing you can do at this point is throw a pick or cough up a fumble or something. But of course, Andy Reid is a top-tier coach. In fact, when they did a ranking on Total Pro Sports, or TPS, they handed off to Brandon, and he gets a touchdown, and now he's going to do the robot. Of course, I'm not sure how the Chiefs are going to operate, especially going into Madden 24, but Cuevas does, in fact, get the score. And they get the extra point, so it's 7-0 Kansas City. 13 plays, 77 yards, and 4 minutes and 4 seconds. So they did a great job running up the clock and converting on a touchdown. But as we all know, it's never over until it is.
after the touchdown, here's Butker on to kick it away.
Not sure. I heard something. It was kind of weird. Anyway, hey, how's it going, AJ? Anyway, here is Atticus, and we'll find out if he can improve upon his first drive. But I'm doing pretty well there, Mr. AJ. Just got home from work. Welcome back from work, and welcome home. And then Atticus fumbled it! And the Chiefs, oh my gosh! Nick Bolton with a half of a tackle, but wow! I mean, nobody picked up. I didn't see who got the sack though, but wow!
Kansas City taking the field for their second drive. This offense thankful, I'm sure, to have the football back, but also Charles after a long drive.
And now they're going to start with short field position. I don't know who was supposed to pick him up, but whoever was supposed to didn't do it. But that's a big turnover, and now the Chiefs have a chance to really put the hurt on them. And a catch by Tyreek Hill. 2nd and 4.
It's a game of matchups, and that's why you take your receivers and move them around a bunch, especially your best guys. And when they work out of the slot, you often hear the coaches talk about how great it is because it gives you a two-way go. You can break out or you can break in. That makes it hard to defend.
From the 17.
Damn it, guys, do your job. And another completion, this time to Travis Kelce.
And the Chiefs are looking at 1st and goal as he's tackled all the way down at the 2-yard line.
Ow. I'm just pulling my my finger. Well, at least, Patty, if nothing else, at least you got Azriel to help. But doesn't help if they fumble all the time. And another completion and touchdown. Kansas City, this is not good if you're the Browns. And for the Chiefs, they just increased their lead twofold. Yeah, they left them wide open. You cannot do that. You just cannot leave them wide open, and you can't make mistakes like that. Although there's going to be a booth review here. So the call on the field was that it was a catch, but did he have possession?
They're taking a peek at whether or not those feet were in bounds, and obviously a big call here in the end zone.
And not just the feet. How about the hands? How is the ball possessed while the feet are hopefully getting down in bounds?
Okay.
That's what they're trying to look at.
Oh, and of course, Chaos Regional Wrestling is doing their show. But yeah, I'm very sorry about that, Patty. But then again, what am I sorry for?
So they called it a touchdown originally, and this will stay a touchdown.
So the touchdown does stay, and it is 13, soon to be 14 to nothing. So that means that Cleveland is going to have to score a touchdown, and then they're going to have to get a stop and score another touchdown if they're going to have any chance of winning this game. It's not impossible, but they just can't make any further mistakes at this point. It's the way it's the way of football.
Now after the touchdown, here's Butker on to kick it away.
Anyway, they kick it away, and they will just take the knee and start at the 25.
Not be returned. It'll come out to the 25. For the football going back over now to the Cleveland Browns. And last time, not only the turnover, but that
And I see the laughing faces.
They got to make up for that here.
We always hear about empty possessions, but some are worse than others. You can have an empty possession, punt the ball away, get yourself set to play defense, but when you turn it over, it changes momentum, and when they take it downfield and punch it in on you, that's a bad possession all the way around.
Yeah, but you're hungry to get back out there, aren't you?
You better be, because otherwise, it's going to be a long day for you.
On first and 10.
And, oh, almost got picked off again. Azriel just not doing so well. And for his sake, he has to find a way to turn it around, because right now, Cleveland is just not doing what it needs to do. They've got to calm down, and they have to take what the defense gives them. All right. Atticus. If I meant to say Atticus, but I said Azriel. That was my bad. Another incompletion, 3rd and 10.
And now it brings up 3rd down.
And he's only hit on 2 of his first 6 passes. Time for a quick quarterback regroup here with a big 3rd down coming up.
So back-to-back incompletions, and that has him staring at a 3rd and 10.
And they run it. Gets by one guy.
He'll be brought down at the 28, and that is well short of the first. Now a timeout called for by the defense as they get the stoppage.
And they force a 4th and 7. Of course, Jose is very leery of the fact that you know, just because the Chiefs have a lead does not necessarily mean that it's safe. Well, they'll start at the 40, will the Chiefs, and they'll have 44 seconds to add some more points to the board.
The Chiefs going to go back on offense here late in this first half. And with great starting field position and a couple of timeouts at their disposal, they'll certainly have the green light here. Good starting field position for them as they come up 1st and 10 at the 40. Here's Mahomes to throw.
And Mahomes, another completion to Tyreek Hill.
Able to rip off a big chunk of yardage before being dropped inside the 40. Now another timeout called for by the offense as they stop it.
Of course, next season, I may as well mention the teams that will be featured for next season, which will be the first season of the Madden series. Let me just console my list here. And I always keep a list of the teams to feature, especially after the last regular season had ended. And, well, threw that one away, so now it's 2nd and 10.
He knew where he wanted to go with the ball, but surprise, that guy was covered. So that took his attention elsewhere to no avail.
So now 2nd and 10 after the incompletion on 1st down.
Okay. Another completion, but this time keeping in front of him, but they do give up 7 yards on that. 3rd and 3.
An ex-teammate used to tell me all the time, I hate experienced quarterbacks because no matter what, you really can't hide what you're doing. And I think that
Well, they're at the 32, so I mean, they could call a timeout. They could call a timeout, or they're going to run a play. All right, they're going to run a play. They run it. And, well, incompletion. And that's going to be 4th and 3, although, as mentioned before, they are close enough to go for a field goal. But finally they get to him, but he was able to get rid of the ball before getting sacked officially.
So on 4th down, Mahomes off, Harrison Butker on.
So they will go for a kick here.
It'll be a 49-yard attempt from the left.
And it's good. It's good, so it's now 17-0.
So that's a 3-possession game.
So 3 points there, and they continue to build this first half lead.
Yeah, every little bit helps, and the more that you can put together drives and start controlling the tempo, controlling possession, finishing with points, the better off you're going to be.
So with 3 seconds remaining in the half, they will line up to kick this one away.
I mean, even though they're down 17-0, it's not impossible, but they just have to not make mistakes. And we'll see if they can come up with something with 3 seconds left to go in the first half. But as far as the Chiefs, I mean, this is what you have to expect against the Chiefs. Although, what are they going to do here? Well, they're just going to let it go and go to the halftime. But I'm just very sorry about that, Patty. I was hoping for a more competitive game than this, but But then again, the Chiefs, they're the Chiefs. What can I say? I will say though, 10 years ago, the Chiefs were among the worst teams in the league. And that was before Andy Reid came over. And really, Andy Reid was the guy that, that changed everything for the Chiefs. And as a result, he's turned Kansas City into a winning organization after so many years of either being one of the worst teams or being a very good team, but just couldn't win in the playoffs when it mattered the most. And then Mahomes happened, and, well, I mean, the rest is history, really. But really, though, like, during the second half of the 1960s and the very early 70s, yeah, the Chiefs were a winning team. And during those years, they had, Len Dawson. They had, I forgot his first name, but they had Buchanan. They had Willie Lanier, heading up the defense. In fact, those were the two stalwarts of that Kansas City Chief defense that, reigned supreme, especially in '69. And who knows? And who knows, as far as Patty is concerned, someone could pick up Patty, or they could pick up Azriel, or Atticus, or Kelly, or whoever else. Although this time the Browns do get a stop. In fact, they get a tackle for loss as they get moved back by 1 yard. Does Brandon Cuevas? So that's his first loss of a yard, which was just that, a loss of a yard. But on the other hand, Patty has been a part of some winning teams. But, you know what? Speaking of winning teams, hang on a second. And another completion. And a first down.
And while we may be looking at the scoreboard, this offense certainly is not, because they're showing no signs of backing down, even with a 3-score lead here in the third quarter. I think they keep taking their shots. They've seen blown leads happen throughout this league. They don't want to fall victim to it themselves.
You know what? I forgot to give you this, Patty. Especially after the last World Series that we had with the Brewers. And, well, this time the Cleveland is starting to realize what the plan of attack is.
2 yards the loss, 2nd and 12.
And that's what this defense is going to need to do more in the second half.
And one has to wonder, where was this defense when it mattered? When it wasn't a runaway. Now, sure, the offense didn't do themselves any favors, or they didn't do the defense any favors, especially giving up that great field position after a fumble. But yeah, I forgot to give you your World Series championship ring. And well, an incompletion, but had he not gotten rid of it, that would have been a that would have been a sack. But instead, it's 3rd and 12. And for Cleveland, this is their best defensive series that they've had in a long time. But now, can they get a punt back? Can they force a punt? Is what I'm trying to say. I can't talk. Well, he gets a couple of more yards, but actually that's a no gain. And that's going to force a 4th down. That's the first stop that Cleveland has gotten.
As usual, the hallmark of a good run defense, linebackers making plays near the line of scrimmage. Absolutely nowhere to run there.
All right, so 4th and 12, and they'll be kicking at the 33. So that's going to give Cleveland some field positioning. And calls fair catch at the 27. So that's where they're going to start. So for Cleveland, they got to score on 3 straight offensive possessions. And for the defense, they just need to get, more takeaways. Maybe even get a pick 6 or a fumble that leads to a touchdown, if not in range for one. But for now, the offense just has to get a touchdown. Fakes the handoff. Goes for the long one. Oh, number 97. Or was it 91? I'm not sure. I think it was number 97, but he almost got his hands on that. That almost got picked off. I have it's pretty obvious to me that Atticus is trying too hard. He just has to calm down and... What? Fumbled again! Well, it was fumbled, but it was fumbled forward. And they managed to get 5 yards on that one. But that's the second time, though.
You're right. Got the lucky bounce, able to retain possession. We often talk about the
I'm not sure what you were going to say, though, Patty, but I'm happy that you refrained from it. Anyway, nice recovery there by I think it was Felder? I forgot who recovered it, but whoever it was, it was recovered. And they did advance 5 yards on that. And a completion to Azriel. And that's a first down. And for Azriel, that's only his second completion.
Did you see that route the way that I did? I thought he was trying to get deep.
Yeah, that wasn't the first option.
No, it came off of that guy, the deep guy, and came underneath on the drag. Completed it very well.
Oh yeah. Let me. I'm gonna. Let me get the. Oh yeah. Let me get the PDF file that I have here. Oh shit. Didn't mean to do that. Well, they handed off to Kareem Hunt. Oh yeah, that's the other linebacker. I almost forgot about him. How could I? But I'm gonna. But I'm just gonna feature the 10 teams that will be featured in season 15 for the debut of Madden 24. They hand it off, and this time they get a clear running route and a first down thanks to Nick Chubb. But they're gonna have to act a little bit more quicker because time's a wasted. But anyway, I'm just going to type in the teams that will be featured for next season. And also, but also for anyone who is still voting on the straw poll or hasn't voted on it yet, go for it. So I'm just going to type in the names of the teams. They hand it off again, and they get past midfield. 2nd and 4. So this is their best offensive series thus far. All right. But yeah, I just want to feature the teams, so that way when you look at them, you're like, okay, so that's who's available.
After this break, you're watching the NFL on EA Sports.
So that if your favorite team's not on there, then you might have to pick, or then you might have to, like if your favorite team's not there, then you'll just have to either take what you can get. But I'll just go from there. Another completion and a first down. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was a first down, but it was.
Understanding progressions and understanding what the defense is doing. We saw all of that on that play. Great recognition and understood where his running back was going to be. Found a way to have him leak out underneath, hit him with the football, and they picked up the first down.
All right, 1st and 10 at the 40. Whoa! Oh, number 35 almost picked it off. I mean, how many other pickoffs have they almost gotten their hands on?
Even though this one feels like a lost cause.
So after the incompletion on first, now 2nd and 10.
All right.
To throw again.
And Atticus gets a completion. Now, credit the Chiefs defense, as even though they're giving up first downs and they're giving up yardage, they have the lead. So it's not like they're making certain that they don't give up like the big play that's going to hurt them.
That means they have to run extra plays, harder to move it.
They'll stick with the passing.
And a completion to Austin Hooper and a first down.
As he's taken down at the 24.
When an offense reads blitz, doesn't matter where it's coming from, tight ends know that they become a big part of the passing game because they should be an easy outlet when all those extra bodies are trying to get to the quarterback. A hot route, so to speak.
All right, so those are the intercepted. And I'll tell you one thing, Bolton has. I'm gonna just say this though, number 54, Bolton has just been a menace for the Chiefs, or for the Browns on behalf of the Chiefs, excuse me. But that's a pick, and earlier he had forced a fumble. But anyway, those are the 10 teams that will be featured in Season 15, or the first season, on Madden 24. You know, just to give you an idea of, like, say for, I know, for instance, I know that, you know, Azriel would like to be part of the Dallas Cowboys, but they're not in this group, at least not at first. And then the only other teams I can see, I see Atticus's favorite team, the Panthers, are in there, and then I also see Wally's team, the Atlanta Falcons. Those are just the two teams that come to mind instantly when it comes to, you know, their favorite teams. There you see my favorite team, the Las Vegas Raiders. But anyway, now we are down to the 2-minute warning, and barring a miracle, the Chiefs are going to win this. But I will say this though, Patty, you've done a great job as the GM, and you have to say that the Browns have done everything they could, but they just went up against a great Chiefs team. And you know, these Chiefs, I mean, they're the cream of the crop, and they can't be stopped. And until somebody can find a way to stop them, if not for them to stop themselves, you know, there's that. Well, they do force a fourth down though, but again, with the amount of time and the amount of points you have to score, it might just be negligible. Okay, so yeah, I'm not sure if Jamar, uh, Chris Frost, or AJ are still in the chat. But if you guys are, then I'll do it. If not, then I might just save uh, save the other two games for part 2. And almost fumbled it. Oh wait, we have a flag. What's this? What's the flag on? It's an illegal block in the back to Cleveland, and that's going to force them. It's still a 1st and 10, but it's going to force them at the 6. I mean, Cleveland just has not had a good game. They just have not gotten anything going their way. But then, Atticus does get enough cushion and gets a 5-yard gain. Though he gets, well, that was to Nick Chubb, though. But yeah, Bolton for the Chiefs, I mean, again, he's done so much damage against these Browns on the defensive end. And, well, nice completion there to Austin Hooper, and that's another timeout used up. But I will just say this, though, Patty, you had a great run. But we'll see if the Chiefs, we'll see if any other team picks you up. Or picks up anybody else from the House of Black. And, well, they do get a 1st down, and that's the last timeout used up.
The Browns will quickly use their 3rd and final timeout as the clock will stop with 18 seconds remaining. So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10. Again, he'll drop to throw.
And then Atticus does get a completion, but now that they're without timeouts, they won't be able to run another play. That's it. And that's the final whistle. But congratulations to the Chiefs, and for Jose, he will not have to lose twice to Patty. But for Patty, they had their team, the Cleveland Browns, had a great run. But yeah, the Chiefs scored all 17 points in the 2nd quarter, and they never looked back. And of course, 2 touchdown passes by Patrick Mahomes will definitely, well, 1 touchdown pass and then a touchdown run by Brandon Cuevas provided all the scoring that they needed to win. And then Patty's like, well done, Taco Boy. Well, even though Diamond Light's not here, I know for a fact that he wants his brother Najee to be on his team. So it's not a matter of who, it's a matter of where is he going to put him. But anyway, let's take a look at the stats really quickly. So yeah, Atticus, it just wasn't to be. And for Patrick Mahomes, yeah, 1 interception and then 1 passing touchdown. That's just going to
Like I don't know what else to say other than the fact that Brandon, of course, ran it in for a touchdown. 18 yards on 8 attempts, but a touchdown. That'll definitely make it worth it. And then, of course, Azriel had, 3 catches for 50 yards. Tyreek Hill had 3 catches for only 29 yards, but he had that touchdown. And Brandon had a reception for 11 yards. But yeah, Wyatt Teller and Hance. Actually, Hance was unfortunately the guy uh, that allowed 2 sacks. So there you have it. Hey, how's it going there, Clinton? And Clinton, I have some news for you, as it does involve you. But how's it going, man? Anyway, here's the defensive stats here. Now, of course, Diamond Light has 4 tackles. And then, of course, Nick Bolton had himself one heck of a day. He had 4 yards, a sack, and an interception. And he had 17 interception yards. So, yeah, without question, Nick Bolton was the MVP for his team. Just got home from work. Oh, awesome. And, oh, hey, what's up, Tiffany Sky? Nice to see you there. Let me check out your channel really quickly. Pretty cool. All right. Hey, what's up, Brandon? Brandon, you just missed your game, dude. But as you can see, the Chiefs won. So you're still with the Chiefs. And but as for the Browns, well, they're out. But any of the other remaining teams can still pick up either anybody from Patty to any of the other members of the House of Black. Okay. Let me check out. Let me keep tabs on the chat there, but I hope everything's going well. But yeah, Chris, if you're in the chat, well, Chris Frost that is, or Jamar, or AJ, if any of y'all are in the chat, let me know. And while I do this, let's get the players from the Browns in the free agent pool. So you have Patty Chase as a kicker, although you could definitely move her to a different position if you already have one. Okay, AJ's here. All right, cool. Then I can do AJ's game next. So yeah, AJ, your game is up next, and also AJ, if you want to do co-coms with me, you're more than welcome to. If you want. Okay, so Patty, and then Atticus, and then Azriel. There we go. Okay. Yes, I would like to save my changes. Okay. Oh, okay. So the news is that after the San Francisco 49ers Green Bay Packers game, the Niners have decided to pick you up. So in other words, you've been picked up by the 49ers, and now you get to play alongside them for their team. And for the Browns, they are now eliminated. You're kind of eating. All right, not a problem. Not a problem. If you. Not a problem. So. All right. So. Now we're down to 2 teams. So for. Yeah, that's what I mean. If you want to do co-coms, AJ. But if you want to eat after. Oh, I was talking to Clinton, by the way. No, your team didn't lose, AJ. Your team hasn't even lost yet. I was talking to Clinton in this case. So no, it hadn't happened yet. Okay. So before I go any further, let's take care of Diamond Light's team. So what does he need? He doesn't need a quarterback. He doesn't need a running back. He doesn't need a wide receiver. Although I should have switched it over here, but that's all right. And they don't need a tight end. I mean, they have the best tight end in the league. Okay, left guard, okay. Oh, sorry, left tackle. Center's good. Right. Yeah, Najee wasn't on the team. I'm just looking for a place for him to put him in. Okay, right guard. Well, I don't think Najee can gain X amount of pounds. I know that Najee's not a big guy. Let's see. Although Nick Bolton was pretty good for the team. Although right outside linebacker might be a problem. Okay, free safety. Oh, strong safeties is sewn up though. Yeah. It looks like okay. So Diamond, I know that you want to bring in Najee, but would you like to bring him in as a right outside linebacker, seeing as that's one of the big weaknesses for Kansas City? And then of course AJ will get to your game, but no, your team hasn't lost. I'm just reiterating that for you, Mr. AJ. Let me just drink some water here. I trust your judge. All right, cool, cool. I will then move him over to right outside linebacker. Since you're definitely going to need it, especially against other teams that might want to test the middle of the field. Okay, there's Najee. There he is. I'll sign him. Oh no, no, not to the Raiders. Damn it. To the Chiefs. There we go. There we go. And then just simply convert him over, and then I'll take care of the stats or the attributes off camera. I just have to remember to switch him over to linebacker. Left outside linebacker. Or was it right? Yeah, it was right. Yeah, it was right. Outside linebacker. All right, there we go. Oh, no, wait. Oh, okay, so he already is at 87. Shoot. All right, cool. Cool. All right. So, Diamond, how do you feel about it? How do you feel about getting your brother from another mother on your team? I'll let you think about that one. But anyway, AJ, are you ready to have your game? I know you've waited a while. Getting stronger every game. I know, man. Okay. Also, I'm heading to bed now. Got to be up in 5 hours for work. All right, I will let you. I'll let you get your sleep. I mean, you're not a problem, dude. All right, so yeah, AJ or Chris, if you guys are here, we can get started. And no worries, AJ. If you don't want to do co-coms, that's fine. You don't have to. You don't have to. Cheese. I just looked at all the teams. Wait, all the teams what?
Oh, you mean all the teams for season 15? Yeah. In fact, I'm going to pin it right now. I'm going to pin it right now. So currently, yep, I have the Bears, the Texans, Cardinals, Colts, Broncos, Rams, Raiders, Falcons, Panthers, and Saints. And these were the 10 teams that were among the worst in the league based on record last year. Hmm. I also realized um, that it is starting to get late, but I also realized that if AJ wants to do his show, or not his show, his game, then um, then we'll do it. But I also don't want to like do it if everyone's gonna be asleep or anything like that. The terrible bowl. Well, yeah, but that's what I like about doing what I usually do, and it gives the teams that were terrible, yes, a chance to win. Then and then we move up to the next set of teams that also missed the playoffs, save for two. And those two were the two teams that got beat in the wild card round that had the worst records. Then the next eight are the teams that got beat. Uh, Half of the teams got beat in the wild card round, and then the other half were beat in the divisional round. And then finally, the last four teams are the final four, with the Super Bowl champion getting the top seed. Things like that. So there you go. So yeah, I guess you could say that it's called the Terrible Bowl. Sure, why not? Oh, not necessarily, but it will go to show like, but it will go to show like which team is the better equipped team, especially if they draft well. And they get guys like Jose, and they get guys like Clinton and Diamond Light, AJ, uh, yours truly, or Atticus, or like if they make the right decisions as to like what players they truly need for their team, then that team could very well become a Super Bowl team. So it's a matter of who makes the biggest difference, though. He could win a championship by himself. I don't know about that, but I would imagine that if he was that good, like you say he is, then yeah, he could probably turn a team around. I mean, one of those game changers, I mean, was Lawrence Taylor, because I mean he changed the game in terms of how do you cover an an outside linebacker of his skill set. Well, I'm all right. So you say he's that damn good. Well, Lawrence Taylor is the best, or at least was the best during his time. But yeah, definitely he changed the game because now you need somebody that can cover him. And if you don't have somebody who can cover him, well, it pretty much kills any plays that you may have, passing or running. So yeah, he was a game changer, all right. Okay, I'm gonna give I'm gonna give either AJ or um, Chris Frost or or Jamar or even Peter Griffin, or who else do we have that's still left? Um, Wally Johnson, although I highly doubt he's here, or Shifty the Clown, or Peter Griffin or Shadow Knight. Like if any of those guys come in and they want to have their game, there's AJ. Okay, cool. All right, so we've saved it. So AJ is here. All right. All right, so in that case, we'll have the Chargers. They are seeded 4, and the Bengals are seeded 2. So the Bengals have the home field advantage for this one. Okay, so AJ's here. All right, so let me just contact those remaining here. So for the Bengals, okay, I don't have a way to contact Wally. And then Adidra and Edward, they might be asleep, although I'll give it a shot just to see if they're... Okay. And then, okay, so then Adidra Lewis, aka Munchie. Who knows? Maybe for all we know, that she might actually be up at this time. Maybe. I'm just letting those who are on each team know. So. Okay. Oh yeah, let me catch up on the chat really quick. Let's see. I have a request. Next season, the Bengals are in. May I please be on them? They were your mom's favorite team. Dad's was the Saints. Well, the Bengals are not featured in the next season, but the Saints are. So if you want to be on that one, then we can do that. Is this the last game for now? I guess we can make this the last game for now. And then I would have to do the Giants Seahawks game as its own game, and then do the NFC and AFC championship games to go with it. So yeah, we can make this we can make it work. Nope, no problem. But yeah, I have no issue with that, Clinton. And then, of course, being that we'll be on Madden 24, I'll definitely put you in a place where, well, put you on a position where they definitely need a lot of help. Do the Saints. Um, like, because I know that Azriel likes being a quarterback, wide receiver, and a running back, and then others would pick things like cornerback, or they might pick other certain positions. So if you have a certain position that you might want, then let me know. All right, so AJ's going to do his best. All right, cool, cool. And then for the Chargers, unfortunately, I don't have a way to contact Chris Frost, but I'll let Jetstrike know. And of course, Jetstrike was picked up. Oh, there he is. Oh no, wait, that's the wrong Jetstrike. Shit. Wait, where's Jetstrike? There he is. And of course, Jet Strike was picked up for his kicking game, as he's a kicker. There he is. There we go. All right, let's get to it then. You prefer defense. Oh, yeah, that's right. Night Train Lane. Although, who's Andy Katzenmoyer? I've never heard of him. But I do know who Night Train Lane is. Dick Night Train Lane. Of course, he got the name Night Train not because he hit like a train. It was more so because he took a train as opposed to taking an airplane. Because I guess it was because he was afraid of heights. So instead, he took the night train, to the games. Really, CM Punk is fired. Oh shoot! Hey, how's it going there, Adrian? And by the way, Adrian, I have some good news. And hey, Jet Strike! The boys are back in town, baby. All right, let's get to the game. Okay, so yeah, Jet Strike, you were picked up by the Los Angeles Chargers for your kicking game, and with the mindset of if you can kick people's ass, then you can definitely kick a ball, among other things. CM Punk is fired. Okay, he was a linebacker. Katzenmoyer. He was a linebacker from Ohio State. He was in the NFL for a couple of years, and he was one of the biggest hitters ever. Yep, Punk got fired earlier. Wow. And and the sad thing is, as far as Punk was concerned, but yeah, it's great to see you there, Jet Strike. And of course, you're on the team of white, or the team colored white. And of course, they have the powder blue accents. And then, of course, the team that you're going up against is the team in black with orange accents. But yeah, really, ever since Punk had that dust up with the Elite at, I believe it was Full Gear 2022. Really, that was the moment that I kind of soured on AEW for a time. And while I was willing to give Punk a second chance, it just didn't feel right. So I'm definitely going to give AEW a chance now that he's gone, but damn. Anyway, he knocked out Aikman, Irvin, and Smith in a game by himself. Oh, All Out 2022. Okay, thank you for correcting me on that one. But still, he just, I'm like, Punk, I can understand your frustration with Vince McMahon, because obviously Vince is a senile old man. But if there's one thing that he has over Tony Khan, was that Vince was always in charge, and that it was his way or you're out the door. That just was what. Wait, Payback was good, but Judgment Day won the tag gold. Yeah, so Vince is out of touch. Had been for a long time, but so while I can understand, Punk's frustration there, I'm sorry, but he pretty much ousted himself when it came to AEW. I'm sorry. All right. Okay, no worries there, AJ. You're more than welcome to just simply watch the game. Hopefully you have a thing of 7-Up. Usually when I'm not feeling good or I'm not feeling it, then I would I would drink some 7-Up. Anyway, a tackle for loss for 2 yards though. But yeah, great to see you there, Jet Strike. And of course, Jet Strike himself, as is Adrian, our former Blue Toad Wrestling champions, world champions. But yeah, definitely get well soon, dude. But I mean, he's well enough to watch the game. I just don't think it's just that he's not well enough to do commentary. But he just wants to feel better. And I definitely want to send him his blessing. And, well, they do get 2 yards on that. but it's 3rd and 9. Oh yeah, let me find out who. Let me find out Chris Frost's number. Right now he's on offense. I forgot to mention who's on what team right now. The tag team match stole the show. The main event was a disappointment since Shinsuke didn't win the world title. It was about a time for the put. Yeah, the main event usually is. But I'm happy that the tag team match definitely delivered, so I'm happy with that. Although one team that's not happy right now is the Chargers, as they didn't even get a first down. They couldn't even get a first down. But you also have to credit the defense of the Bengals, because the Bengals, you know, that team, you know. Oh, and here's Jet Strike as the kicker / punter. Anyway, what bugs me is that we missed out on a lot of potential great matches because Punk wanted to act a fool. Yeah, I was looking for, you know, Punk and Omega, and unfortunately the punt ended up in the 41-yard line, so that's where they're going to start. Anyway, TJ, but tomorrow, if you need me to commentate tomorrow for Bluto Wrestling's To the Extreme, I will. All right, cool. All right, let me see. Let me catch up on the chat here. Figures. Someone needs to destroy both Roman and Seth. Nakamura is greater than the Shield. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, he was on fire in 2018, especially after he won the Royal Rumble that year. If there was any time that they should have pulled the trigger on him, it should have been at WrestleMania 34 when he faced against AJ Styles. And an incompletion. And hello to Joseph Relace, or how do you pronounce your name? But anyway, what's up, Joseph? Seth, I don't mind, but I'm bored of Roman and the Bloodline. Yeah. It was so good, but it should have ended at WrestleMania. Like, I honestly agree with you. Although some people will disagree, but at least they have a good point. But for the most part, I do agree that it really should have ended. He's a walking, talking anime villain. And, well, looks like the defenses are stepping up because the offenses can't get anything going. Well, not all the Shield. I mean, Jon Moxley's in AEW. At least with Jon Moxley in AEW, like, that's one of the highlights for that show. Like, Jon Moxley, and then The Acclaimed, and who else? Ricky Starks. So those are just 3 acts that I just mentioned that are highlights of that show. And Joe Burrow. Joe! He gets caught! And it's a sack by Nosu. Or I'm not sure how you pronounce his name, but that's a sack. And for the Chargers, they hold serve as each team has gotten a defensive stop and forced a 4th down. I wipe my blood. I wipe my butt and bled. I mean, I will say this though. Oh, I almost forgot to mention who's on which team. I'm so stupid. So for the Chargers. For the Chargers on defense, they have AJ Cool Kid at defensive end. On offense, they have wide receiver Chris Frost. On special teams as the punter / kicker, Jet Strike. And for the Cincinnati Bengals, on defense, they have linebacker Walter Johnson, number 54, as you see on your screen, as he was the best available player that they needed to fix up, or have sewn up, though. And then on offense for the Bengals is offensive guard Deidre Lewis, a.k.a. Munchie, and offensive tackle Edward Elvis. So those are the players that are in play for this game. All right, here we go. You can tell that they have no they don't have anything for the bloodline at the moment. The way the story is going now makes zero sense. Like I said before, the belt isn't needed at this point for the story. Absolutely. Like, you could have used other things, really, but... Well, they handed out, or they handed off to Roundtree, and they now get to 3rd and 1.
We can be somewhat predictable, and you know me pretty well on 2nd down and short. What I like to say, play action. Yeah, without a doubt, that was a great spot to call it.
Oh yeah, Adrian. By the way, I have some good news for you, buddy. As far as the Madden series is concerned, I got some good news for you, dude. If you want to hear it. Anyway, nice stop there as they prevent a 1st down, but now it's 3rd and 1. What's up? All right, I'll hold that thought for a moment. They hand it off, and they do get a 1st down, and they get a couple more, and they get to the 45. Excuse me. Does Austin Eckler? All right, so your team, the 49ers, actually won their game earlier in the show, and it was against the Green Bay Packers, and of course the Niners have the top seed in the NFC, and they eliminated the Packers. So currently, as it stands, the Niners are in the NFC Championship game. And I may as well just mention, like, who you have on your team prior to that. And another run by Eckler. And I believe that's the last play for the 1st quarter. And it is. And it's going to be 2nd and 6 when we get back. But yeah. Adrian, your team is now in the NFC Championship game. Like, no joke. And currently on your team, you have Blaise McCoy and Chris Clark. They're both offensive. Linemen. And then recently, you picked up someone new on your team at linebacker, and it just so happens to be the man that's above that. It just so happens to be the man with the blue wrench, named Clinton's Warped Productions, or Clinton Flippin. So now he's on your team at linebacker. And while that's happening, 3rd and 5 at the 49, past midfield for the Chargers. Sure, go for it. They hand it off, and did they get enough yards? No. 4th and 1. Oh, they needed a big one, and they got it, but just not enough. And that might force a punt, so now Jetstrike's going to have to go out there and help the defense with trying to pin the Bengals inside the 20. So this is where Jetstrike's going to come in pretty soon. Unless they decide to go for it. But will they go for it? That's the question. Okay, well, there's Jetstrike. Yep, there he is. There's Jetstrike about to punt a ball. And, well, he does get it inside the 20. He gets it at the 19. So there's Jetstrike number 8. Anyway, and this is Clinton's Madden series. The DAFL will be returning next week, looking for 2 owners and some more human players. So if you're interested in joining up on Clinton's series, anyone who wants to own a team, let him know. But yeah, that's Clinton's series there. Just want to give him a plug there. All right, so starting at the 19 is Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. And for Mixon, he gets a couple of yards. He gets 4 yards, but no more than that. So far, the defenses are holding serve. Owners just need Skype for voting reasons. Yep. So if you guys have Skype, you are eligible to join. And another completion. And this time, the first completion for Joe Burrow, and he gets it to T. Higgins. And of course, this was when Joe Burrow's second year, and this was during Jamar Chase's rookie year. All right, so 1st and 10 at the 41. They hand it off. And, well, that's a no gain. 2nd and 10, and that's the 2-minute warning upcoming. So if you're the Chargers, of course you want to prevent a score any way you can and hold serve against the Cincinnati Bengals. And if you're the Bengals, obviously you want to get a score of some kind at this point, given how dominant your defense has been. And fumble! They got the fumble! Wow! And Asante Samuel Jr. with the fumble recovery. But let's take a look here. He gets the catch, but number 44 is... Who's number 44? I didn't see who number 44 is. But whoever number 44 was, he knocked the ball out, and Asante Samuel Jr. recovered it, got a couple of yards. And now the Chargers have great field position at the 40, and they have a minute and 53 seconds to work with. And number 21 is Chris Frost. Okay. So Chris Frost, you're number 21. And of course, Chris Frost had a one catch, one touchdown game, but that one touchdown proved to be the difference in that one game that they had against the Pittsburgh Steelers in that matchup. All right, now 2nd and 4. Bengals are turning back into the Bungles. Yeah, apparently so. But I'll just say this, though. If the Chargers don't get any points out in this one, I don't know what else to say. And then, gets away from 2 tacklers and manages to get a 1st down. Again, they have all 3 timeouts, so they can use it when they need to. But I guess they want to run some of the clock down before they have to use one, so that way, Cincinnati won't have as much time in this first half that's remaining. So that's the strategy. 1st and 10 at the 27. Gets a completion and goes out of bounds to stop the clock. Good use of clock management and not having to use a timeout if you don't need to. Anyway, nice catch there by Keenan Allen, who is the one superstar wide receiver that they already had, and that was before Chris Frost joined up at that position. But then Herbert is going to run it himself and gets forced out of bounds for a 13-yard run. And again, the clock is stopped, and it's stopped at 50 seconds. And the Chargers are moving the chains, and now they are in position to score and draw blood. Well, not literally, but you know what I mean.
A first red zone opportunity here for the Chargers. They're looking at a 1st and goal from about the 9. Now Herbert.
And a completion and a touchdown! Chargers! And who was that caught it? I couldn't see him. His back was away from me. That was Austin Eckler, the running back. But I have to think that he learned a little bit from Marshall Faulk. I mean, of course, Clinton knows that Marshall Faulk is the standard by which many running backs, well, not all of them, but many running backs are compared to in the modern game. In the old game, you would be compared to running backs of the day like Walter Payton, Jim Brown, other running backs I could think of. And then during the Dolphins back-to-back series of championships, they had a trio of guys like Jim Kick, Mercury Morris, and Larry Zonka. And then for Pittsburgh, they had I forgot his name escapes me already. Oh yeah, Franco Harris. That's it. I almost forgot. Yeah, Franco Harris. He was big for Pittsburgh. But really though, but of course Clinton does have a point when he says that he holds many backs or all backs to that of the standards of Marshall Faulk. Okay, so now starting at the 21, 42 seconds left in this first half for Cincinnati. So it's not over for them. I mean, they can score in a hurry. So if you're the Chargers, you definitely don't want to give up a huge chunk of yards, if not a touchdown outright. And they give up a first down, but no more than that. And a timeout used up by the Bengals. That's the first one. And T. Higgins is up to 3 catches for 45 yards. And there you see AJ Cool Kid himself, the GM, at defensive end number 91. That's the guy you got to watch out for. Number 97, or no wait, that's not him. But they do get a couple more yards, but not a first down. Now at the 44. And that was to Uzuma for 6 yards on that.
Second and 4.
See here.
From the shotgun, Joe Burrow.
And an incompletion. So 3rd and 4. Oh, there's Edward Elvis, number 76. So yeah, AJ, if the Chargers win, you got a big decision, buddy. And whoa! That probably could have been a defensive pass interference penalty, but that was close. But instead, it is an incompletion, 4th and 4. But yeah, the Chargers are putting it together, man. Oh yeah, and as if, AJ himself wasn't bad enough. I mean, obviously you have to deal with Bosa. And well, they'll start at the 23. But it would be something for now. Obviously, if you're the Bengals, you can ill afford to give up a touchdown or even a field goal if they manage to get all the way to field goal range without scoring a touchdown. So if you're Cincinnati, you just don't want to give up any more scores. So that's what you have to do. And if you're the Chargers, you don't want to cough up the ball or throw an interception and possibly get a pick 6 against you. Anyway, nice defense there. And nice tackle onto Austin Eckler by Hilton. Manages to get him down and wrangle him down. But that's the last play of the first half. And at the end of one half, it is 7-0 Los Angeles.
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much. And welcome in, everyone, to an abbreviated version of the EA Sports Halftime Report. Okay, right, Brandon. Thanks very much. And welcome in, everyone, to this slimmed-down version of the EA Sports Halftime Report. This one's been a hard-fought battle to this point. 7-0 is the score, but neither offense is really able to get on track. But let's not waste any time. We'll get you right back out to Brandon and Charles for the...
Yeah, it's an oof for Cincy, obviously. And right now, if you're Cincinnati, you got to wake up. Because if you don't, you know, the Chargers will advance to the AFC Championship game to face off against the Chiefs. In fact, whoever wins is going to face off against the Chiefs in Kansas City. So, I mean, either whoever wins, it doesn't matter. You're going up against the Chiefs. And we all know how tough those guys are. And the Chiefs often are the team to beat. Anyway, kicks it away. They'll take it out. And, whoa, nice stop there by number 32 on special teams. As he stops the other 32, Williams, on that return and gets it to the 28 to start off with. So yeah, if you're Cincy at this point, you just have to forget what happened and just and get a touchdown and just have a great drive. That's what you need. And obviously, if you're the Chargers, especially with AJ, you know, you got to pressure him. And whoa, he just ran over AJ. Yeah, not too many guys can run over AJ, but
yeah, I would agree with that totally. They've got to focus on staying on their double teams at the first level, make sure that block's secured before they...
But that was just a good hit there by the running back. And now Burrow. Burrow! Well, Burrow does get a first down, but got forced out of bounds. Well, so far Burrow is... has a little bit of momentum, but not just him, but the rest of the offense. But they're going to need it, especially if they want to strike back. 1st and 10 at the 39. A screen pass. And it took Bosa, and I didn't see who the other guy was, but Bosa was one of the two guys that got the tackle on him. But not after giving up 7 yards.
That's the start of them trying to get the ball to him a little bit more here in the second half.
To throw again on second down.
And a completion.
And he's able to get this one down to the 40-yard line.
And that was to Azuma. Nice catch by Azuma. Well, now the Bengals are going to have to not bungle it up, because if they do, it'll just play right into the hands of the Chargers.
These guys catch the football, make big plays downfield. In the old days, we wanted them to block. Now coaches want them to catch the football first.
Now at the 40-yard line past midfield. And a 5-yard gain. Yeah, they're going to have to hurry it up a little bit. But on the other hand, you certainly don't want to make a mistake at this point and cough up the ball or intercept it. So in this case, you have to just take what the defense gives you. And another completion and a first down and stops the clock. I know you said that they had to hurry, but if you're going to do it, if you can get a completion and go out of bounds to stop the clock, do it. That'll give you some time to think. without having to worry about the clock. Anyway, there you see Edward Elvis, number 76. First and 10 at the 29. Yep, absolutely. Oh, now calls an audible. Defense audibles 2. And another completion and forced out of bounds. An 8-yard gain and 2nd and 2. The shortened quarter, yeah, exactly. But the reason I shortened it is that if I played the full 15 minutes a quarter, that'd be taking forever, man. And a run and woo! Joe Mixon gets all the way to the 1. And the passing plays have, were just short jabs that set up the big roundhouse run by Joe Mixon. I have to think that the Chargers were expecting another, short pass play. So they didn't expect a run like that. But now for Cincinnati. They hand it off again, and touchdown, Cincinnati. And they gave it to Mixon, and Mixon got the job done. And they are an extra point away from tying this game up. But yeah, that was without a doubt the best drive that they've needed. Oh, and also there's Munchie, a.k.a. Deidre Lewis, number 60. As, Spain and Lewis also did a great job holding off. But that's why the Bengals got him. Was so that they could, protect Joe Burrow and make room for Mixon to run. So that's why they picked him up. That's why they picked up, some offensive line help. And then just most recently they picked up Walter Johnson for their linebacking core, as they needed somebody to help them in that front. And then as for the Chargers, they have an offensive weapon. They already had, AJ at defensive end, but they recently picked up Jet Strike because their kicking game was atrocious. And even though it didn't come into play during their last game against the Pittsburgh Steelers in Los Angeles, if it should come down to a field goal, you could definitely use somebody like Jet Strike to come in the clutch. So that's what they got him for. To not only, kick the field goals, but also provide the punting, as that also was a big need that they had to have sewn up, and they did. All right, so now it's up to the Chargers to strike back. They hand it off. And what? Fumble! Oh, they fumbled it, but it was Allen who ended up recovering. Oh my gosh, that was so close. That could have been bad had it not been for Allen. And you have to think that if Keenan Allen wasn't there to pick up the fumble, that could have changed the direction of the game. But instead, it's now 2nd and 2, excuse me, at the 34. They hand it off again, and he powers his way into a first down. 1st and 10 at the 37. In this case, it is 4 minutes a quarter. I should mention, the number of minutes a quarter here. Okay. All right, 1st and 10.
This will be the last play of the quarter. And a completion and falls out of bounds. Though there'll be 0 seconds after that, as that's the end of the quarter. And at the end of 3, it is 7-7 as we go into the 4th. Yeah, whoever has the ball last is most likely going to win. So, yep, it's 4 minutes a quarter.
Second down and 8.
All right, 2nd and 8 at the 39.
Here's Herbert.
A completion, and that was to who else? Chris Frost, number 21. And that was Chris Frost's first reception for 13 yards. So Chris Frost is going to have to come in clutch, especially on the receiving core, as that's what, you know, he was in the Pittsburgh game that they had. Ooh, that could have been picked off. Oh my gosh, that was so close. But instead it's incomplete, but wow, that was so close. I didn't see who almost got it. Was it Hendrickson? I didn't see who almost got it, but whoever almost got it. Oh man. Another completion, and this time it's complete, and he gets away from a couple of guys, and he stumbles onto the 25. Does Cook. And give Cook credit, he didn't give up. Yeah, they didn't do a good job tackling, and even though they managed to get him to stumble and fall off, he stumbled forward. So there you go. Anyway, 25-yard line, 3 minutes and counting. A jet sweep. Jet sweep, and they get to the 18-yard line for 8 yards. So Cook has a reception and a run. Yeah, poor tackling and a bad play call as far as the Cincinnati defense is concerned. Absolutely. I mean, during the first half of the game, the defense was dominating, and now, ooh, number 26 almost picked it off. That's twice that the Chargers almost got picked off. Not once, but twice. But now we are at 3rd and 2. Number 82 audibles. They hand it off, and they make a lane, and Eckler gets to the 8, and a first down, and a 1st and goal at the 8. Nice play call by the offense, and the defense. They're going to have to come up with something for Cincinnati, or else this is going to be over. Well, I don't want to say it's going to be over, but the Chargers are primed, you know, to take the lead by 7. But obviously, I'm not going to count the chickens before they hatch, of course. But it looks like they have 4 wides at this point, and a running back. Although this time, Cincinnati calls it correctly. And it's a 2-minute warning, and it's still 7-7. But the Chargers are knocking on the door. Okay. 2nd and goal. Looks like the defense is expecting a run. And they were correct, but they get a little bit closer. But more important, the time is running out the clock, or the time is running off, which I have to think that's what the Chargers' game plan is to try to run off as much of the clock as they can, but ultimately try to get a score.
Let's see what happens here. They hand it off, and it's a touchdown! Los Angeles takes the lead. And once again, Austin Eckler. I will say this, though. The Chargers' running game is on fire today.
Ideally, they would have liked to milk a little bit more time off. Now on the other sideline, you start to get the crew together and say, this is what we practice the 2-minute drill for, right?
Yeah, you hope you've been in that situation before, and if you haven't, you just have the confidence, hey, let's go down there and get this thing done.
All right, well, of course, here comes Jet Strike to kick in the extra point, and it's good. So, of course, Jet Strike is responsible for 2 of those points for the Chargers. But now the Chargers have the lead. And for the Cincinnati Bengals, they need a touchdown. Anything short of that, and it's over. But I have to think, though, as far as the Chargers are concerned, they played their hand correctly.
Following the touchdown, Dustin Hopkins will kick it away.
And I think that was Jet Strike who kicked it away.
On the return,
The worst thing you can do at this point is give up a touchdown on a kickoff return, but that didn't happen. But they do start at the 28. But now if you're Joe Cool, that's what you got to be. You got to be Joe Cool, does Joe Burrow, because he has 1:24 to go down the field starting at the 28 to get it done. And obviously, now it comes down to AJ and the rest of the Chargers. As far as getting a big stop. Ooh! Nice play there by the defense to prevent. Well, even if he had caught it, it would not have been a first down, though. But it would have been close. But now it's a 2nd and 10. Yeah, the clock stops running, but they wasted it down.
an incomplete pass on first down. That leads to a 2nd and 10.
Cincinnati. And another incompletion. And now it is 3rd and 10. Now this is critical because, you know, for Cincinnati, they need this if they are going to continue. If they're going to have any shot at this. But on the other hand, if you're the Chargers, you want to get the stop here. Burrow. And he got the completion. And it's a 1st and 10 at the 40. So Cincinnati is still in. Hey, welcome back, Chris Frost. And by the way, your team is ahead, but right now you're on the bench, but only because, well, the defense is out there. So right now it's up to your boy AJ and the rest of the defense to get the job done. And, well, another completion. And they got it to T. Higgins and a first down at the 49. Now, if you're Cincinnati, you definitely want to use a timeout at this point. Oh, but the clock is still running, though. Hey, what's up, Zach Walker? How you doing, man? And another completion. And oh, wait. We got a flag. What's this? And it looks like a face mask against Adderley of the Chargers. That's terrible. And you know why? Because now that's going to put him in the red zone. That's going to put him at the 14. And because it was a defensive penalty, that stops the clock. But anyway, what's up, Zach Walker? And let me see, Zach Jordan Walker. Okay, right. Okay, cool. I just want to. Yeah, that was a big mistake, though. But anyway, how's it going there, Zach? And Joe Burrow. Burrow! It's a touchdown! The Bengals have tied it. And to who else? Jamar Chase. Oh, man. I mean, a couple of plays ago, the Chargers, they had it won. But giving up a couple of big plays and then that face mask penalty really didn't help. But as far as the Bengals are concerned, that's why they got, Munchie. That's why they got Munchie, and that's why they had Edward, to block and to give, Burrow time. That's why they got him. But now Cincinnati has tied it. The crowd is going nuts. So if you're the Chargers, well, you only have 16 seconds to get it done. And obviously, if you're Cincinnati, the worst thing you can do at this point is either give up a kickoff touchdown return or give up so much yardage on that touchdown return or on the kickoff return or a big chunk of yards, and then they are within range of a field goal. I mean, of course, let's not forget that the Chargers have all 3 timeouts to use if they should need to use them, but they're going to take it out. But they will have to start at the 21, though, with 12 seconds left. But yes, as far as Cincinnati is concerned, they can't give up a huge chunk of yards, and they certainly cannot give up so many yards that they end up in range of a field goal, and that they can call a quick timeout, and they can win on a field goal. That's the worst thing that could happen to the Chargers. Now, if you're... Well, that's the worst thing that can happen to the Bengals. Well, they run it, and are they gonna call timeout? Or there you see jet strike, but are they gonna call timeout? They're not gonna call timeout. Are you serious? Wow. They're not gonna call timeout. They're gonna go to overtime. Like, seriously, I would have called timeout just to try to run a play or something. Something. But they're going to take their chances, and it looks like they won the coin toss, but still. Come on, man. So the Chargers win the toss. Like, yeah, exactly there, Clinton. And let me see. I forgot who was coaching them at the time. I'm going to take a look really quickly. Hold on a second. But I forgot who was... I want to say that the coach currently coaching the Chargers is the same one that's coaching them... that coached them even just 2 years ago. Okay. Chargers.
LA set to take over again on offense. They control their own destiny here. They have the football in overtime. Obviously, a touchdown would win it.
And I think teams around the league
Oh, Brandon Staley. That's it. That's I'm sorry, but that yeah, exactly. That might be a big mistake. Oh, the team that you used to play for, that was it was the Detroit Lions. But then they got beat. Although, who knows? Maybe although there may be a chance that someone could pick you up from the free agent pool if someone decides to. But yeah, you started out with the Detroit Lions, and unfortunately you lost. But unfortunately, those were the breaks. Anyway, 2nd and 5, and a completion. So all right. So now that we're in overtime, I may as well explain that. Oh, nice catch there by Chris Frost. I may as well explain that if the Chargers score a touchdown on this drive, they win. This is under the overtime rules of 2010 to 2021. It's not under the current rules. So I just wanted to preface that.
Oh yeah, look at the. I want you to look at the pinned comment that I have, because those are the 10 teams that will be featured for next season. So I'll let you look at that. Another first down by the Chargers. So for Cincinnati, it's simple: prevent a touchdown at all costs. I mean, time is no longer an issue anymore. It's now just a matter of preventing a touchdown. I mean, you'll settle for a field goal, but if you give up a touchdown, it's over. Of course, Zach Walker and Clinton are former teammates when they last teamed up in Dallas, and they won the championship in overtime at the Super Bowl. Well, Austin Eckler does get himself 8 yards, and it's a second and 2. I can't talk. Well, as long as the Chargers remain in control and they don't commit any stupid penalties or anything like that, they'll probably get this win. Oh, sorry. And they run it, and a first down. 3 rings. I forget. Yeah, you probably do have 3 rings. Yeah, it's possible that you have 3 rings. But you were on some great teams, though. But yeah, I still remember that Dallas team that you and Clinton were on. I mean, I still remember the saying of, he's the best center in the game. When you try him with a sorry defensive tackle, that's the result you're going to get. I get a kick out of that. I don't know why, but I just do. All right, so 2nd and 10 at the 35. Anyway, there you see Wally Johnson on his 3rd team. Yeah, I think you have either 2 or 3. I want to say at least 2. So we'll go with that. Well, it was more so that you had to protect the quarterback, really. But you did it pretty well. In fact, you did a great job snapping the ball to the quarterback and protecting him. And better yet, you did a great job that the running backs had great running lanes when they had to run. Although, I mean, sure, it was better than throwing it and then risking a turnover, but that was not good as far as Justin Herbert was concerned. Although a great play there by Hendrickson. I mean, he did what he had to do, so great play by him. But now it's a 4th and 17. And they're going to punt. And there you see jet strike, and well, they're going to they'll be forced to start at the 15. Well, now if the Bengals score a touchdown or even a field goal at this point, now that they've gotten possession of the ball, they'll win. Oh, and by the way, Chris Frost is a wide receiver, but right now he's on the bench because now it's the defense's turn. So now if you're AJ and the rest of those guys on defense, you got to find a way to get the ball back. Or see to it that you make it much tougher for the men in stripes to advance, and that was a tackle for loss, so good tackle there. I didn't see who tackled him. That was Nwazu, I think. I'm not sure how you pronounce his name. Forgive me. If you know how to pronounce it, let me know. All right, 2nd and 11 at the 14. And wow, they could not take him down. They couldn't take him down. And then of course you have Evan McPherson, who's a pretty good kicker in his own right. Very good kicker. Oh, Uzuma. That was Uzuma who caught that last pass.
It's a 1st and 10 at the 17, or at the 27, excuse me, and a timeout used up.
That's their second and last timeout here in the overtime session. We'll be back.
Well, I'll just say this though: if it counts down to 0, it's not the end of the game. It's just simply we go to another quarter. That's all it does. So no worries about a tie game or anything like that. So that's what I like about this game.
They go play action with Burrow.
A play action and incomplete. Second and 10.
A little beyond the reach there of his receiver. That's probably one he wishes he had back.
He wishes it had been 7-on-7 in practice, or maybe even routes versus air, because that's a completion he makes, 9.9 times out of 10.
All right, 2nd and 10. And unless Jamar or Peter Griffin, let me see.
So now 2nd and 10 after the incompletion.
Yeah, so unless Peter Griffin, Triple Beat, Shadow Knight, Shifty the Clown, or Jamar, or I think I said Jamar already, and another completion by Joe Burrow. Now it's 3rd and 1.
Third down as well. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1.
So yeah, unless any of those guys come in, this will be our last game. So that means I'll have one divisional game, and then I'll have the NFC and AFC championship games. So that's what we're gonna do for our next show. All right, 3rd and 1. There you see AJ, number 91.
I see an extra defensive back on the field. Little surprise here on 3rd
And it looks like we have a nickel formation with an extra defensive back. But they correctly run when they should, and they get a 1st down. That was not a good play call on defense. But now they're at the 42. Let's see. I came with a huge impact into the series. Yeah, that's true. You did in several positions, but mostly at center, because that's just how big and strong you are. You're a big, strong guy. They just need 2 more 1st downs, and they should be able to win. And that's the key word: should be able. But will they? I don't know. We'll see. Well, they get a completion to Jamar Chase for 4 yards on that. All right, 2nd and 6. If you're Cincinnati, you just need to keep the chains moving, but if you're the Chargers, you just need a big play. And, well, that's a big play. I mean, that was a very good play there by number 26. Now it's 3rd and 6. So, yeah, this is a big possession for not just Cincinnati for obvious reasons, but for the Chargers. If they can get the stop here, they'll be able to get the ball back. And Burrow. What? Intercepted! Intercepted at the 30 by Davis. And now the Chargers have the ball back. What a heck of a game, and what a way to go out on tonight's show, dude. What, and also great play there by Davis, Michael Davis. And he was able to outshine the then rookie at the time, Jamar Chase. I mean, Clinton, what do you think about that, man? Yeah, that was a big screw up on the part of Burrow, but you have to give Davis his roses. I mean, come on. Like if Davis doesn't make that jump, there's every chance that Jamar Chase gets that ball and it's over. you have to give Davis his due. But yeah, you have to give some of that blame to Burrow as well. All right, Justin Herbert gets a completion to who else? Chris Frost for 13 yards. Great catch there by Chris Frost. But okay, so you're saying that Burrow is the one who made a mistake. Yeah, I will give you that one. I'll give you that one. All right, so 1st and 10, and a great play there by Chris Frost. So let's see if he can come up with a couple more clutch catches here. And another catch by who else? Chris Frost. I mean, Chris, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but you had not one but two consecutive catches just now. And just so you know, you're number 21. And Zach, how do you feel about your friend Chris in the game, dude? Well, they hand it off to Eckler, and they'll get it to a 3rd and 2. And, of course, a 2-minute warning. Not that they need it. Still 14-14. All right, now at midfield. 3rd and 2. Defense makes an audible, as does the offense. And for a moment I thought that they got it, but now it's 4th and 2. Oh man, I don't know. I'm not sure if he had it in his possession or, let's see. Nope, he was unable to make a play with it. And so great play there by the defense on Cincinnati. So far the defense is stepping up their game. So now the Chargers are going to have to punt away again. What? It's a fake! And he got the first down! I can't believe it! Wow! It actually worked! A trick play that worked! And they get just enough for a first down. That's a great play. All right, now the Chargers are back in business, but let's see. Yeah, they got to work on the tackling. And another catch and another reception or another completion by Herbert and a reception by Austin Eckler. So Eckler is, sure, he's no Marshall Faulk, but I have to think he must have learned a couple of moves from him, and I have to imagine he learned a couple of plays that, Marshall ran when it came to the greatest show on turf. And another run, I believe that was Eckler who ran it in, and they get a first down, and now they're within field goal range. So that if they get into a 4th down situation, so long as they don't give up a sack or anything like that, then Jet Strike is going to do what they brought him in for, and that's to kick the winning field goal. Another run by Eckler, 2nd and 7. And they're going to go for the field goal with Jet Strike for the win. They got it. It's over. The Chargers have won, and they are going to the American Football Conference Championship, the AFC Championship game, to face off against the Chiefs. And for the Bengals, they let a big one slip away. And for AJ, he's got a big decision to make in terms of who he wants to bring in. Or I might actually have to ask him, before I do my show. Like I'll ask him like because usually he and I we talk on Discord quite a bit, so at least I'm able to reach out to him. So I'll talk to him about it, and then we'll see who he wants to bring in for the Chargers. And as you can see, one guy finished with 3 digits you don't want to finish with, and the other guy finished with 3 digits you do want to finish with. And while both guys did pretty well, I mean, both quarterbacks did pretty well, Justin Herbert had the better game. Sure, he didn't have the yards, but he had the completion percentage, and both guys had a touchdown, but one had no interceptions, which is always good. Let's take a look at, and of course, Austin Eckler, he had, fumble? Oh, yeah. So Austin Eckler had that running touchdown early, and then as did Mixon. As far as, I mean, both these teams know how to rush, so that's always good. And then receiving, Chris Frost. There you see Chris Frost right there. 4 receptions for 39 yards. Sure, that's not a lot of yards, but all things considered, he made the big catches when they absolutely needed him to. So at least, like, because had the Chargers lost, at least no one can say that it was Chris Frost's fault, because it wasn't. But Austin Eckler had himself a great game. He not only ran, but he also got a receiving touchdown for his efforts. And of course, Jamar Chase had a touchdown of his own as well. Let's see, blocking. And of course, each of these gentlemen gave up a sack, so it's kind of a moot point. Oh, and Logan Wilson had 9 tackles, and 2 of those were for losses. Uchenna Nwosu, I guess that's how you pronounce his name. Well, he got a sack of his own. And then Walter Johnson had 3 tackles. And then Edward Elvis had a tackle, actually. And then Trey Hendrickson had a sack. Michael Davis had that interception that gave him the ball back. But it was Jet Strike who hit the game-winning field goal. And again, that's why they got him. They figured that they certainly did not want to leave it in the hands of somebody who just couldn't hack it. Because had it been anybody else, there's every chance that they don't make that field goal, and who knows who wins that game, though. I have to get going. Have a great night, TJ. Oh, thank you so much there, Adrian. But on the next show, we're going to find out who Adrian, as well as the rest of the 49ers, will be facing off against in the NFC Championship game. It's either going to be the Giants or the Seahawks. Oh, I almost forgot. I got to do one other thing. Well, first, other than to sign off. But I want to say thank you to those who came in, and I want to thank those who stopped on by earlier. And it really wouldn't be a closeout if I didn't do this. But I want to say, I want to thank you guys for just making every stream a very special stream, because you guys make you guys make my night every night or day or whenever I'm doing this. Because you know, good times or bad times, they don't always last. So, and they all say all good things must come to an end, but I want to say thank you guys for making that a good time, for making this a good time. And in fact, I want to thank you guys so much for making it a good time, that it just makes it feel that much nice, baby. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, it is true that I don't stream this late usually. I usually don't, but I wanted to get as much of this done as I could. Um, and also hello to Manhattan Transfer. I don't think I've ever seen you before, but it's nice to meet you. All right, let me see. All right, so no videos, okay. But it's nice, but it's nonetheless though nice to meet you. And it's also good to see you, Mr. P. And hey, I hope to see you a little bit more. And I could always. I want to say thank you so much for stopping on by, and also stopping on by for our good friend Arkham. Pretty cool guy, definitely cool. Um, oh, okay. Well, hey, well, welcome to the show, and if you like what you see, uh, you're more than welcome to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. So when I do go live, and in fact, I will be going live. Well, I was going to say tomorrow, but uh, I'm not sure if you live on the East Coast. On the West Coast, it's still technically uh, September 2nd, but I know that on the East Coast, it's now September 3rd. But anyway, that's why I haven't been around like I used to. Yeah, I understand. I understand that jobs are like that, and that's why I don't stream as often as I used to either. So it's like, you know, but at least it's one of those jobs where it's a 9 to 5 job. It's not one of those jobs where I have to, leave at night and then come back early in the morning. Like, thankfully, it's not a graveyard shift. Jeez, I would not want to. I wouldn't want that job. And I had jobs like that before. And I used to do the graveyard shift hours for like, when I was working at FedEx, though. In fact, yeah. But I'm trying to get back into streaming. Oh yeah. And all you can do is just do the best you can. I mean, you're the working man. Of course, when it comes to the working man, definitely check out "Working Man" by the band known as Rush. Overnight, that's for owls. Yeah. I just know that when you have a job like the one that you may have, such a job is not nice, nice, baby. Dun 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 dun. Dun. Well, and also for Clinton as well. Yeah, I have a yeah, I too actually have a government job, but it's not like I work at the actual government, but I work for the state. But still, I'd imagine that it's not an easy job to do. And in fact, my job is just as difficult. I have to imagine that yours is as difficult as it is for me. And it's one of those jobs that it's like the job itself, like the actual work is not the problem, and it's not the people. And by the people I mean like my coworkers, and it's not management that's the problem. The problem is the not the consumers rather, but rather the applicants. Yeah, great benefits, definitely. I definitely appreciate that, and I do get vacation hours. So, and in fact, I do have a vacation next month on in October, and I'll go over more detail about it at another time. But yeah, definitely great benefits though. No, it's the applicants that make my job just Love those. Yeah, yeah, PTOs are awesome. Yeah, absolutely. But no, like the people that apply for the job I have, or well, I should preface that these people are doctors who want to have a license to be doctors in the state. It's just the problem is that we have gotten so many, and and the fact that we had so little help. Now, sure, we got our help finally, but the work piled up, and people are just upset that it's taking long, which I get their frustration, but it's like, how else can I help you with that? Other than just to work on the job that I need to do. If anything, just the fact that you're crying about it doesn't really help. It all it does is it just makes me want to not want to help you. Well, in theory, really, but trust, I want to help. But it's like I can only do so much by myself. And so can everybody else. This isn't a me problem. This is a problem for my job, but that's neither here nor there. All right. Also, TJ, what people don't know that me and Arkham live close by. Really? I did not know that. I did not know that you and Arkham live close by to each other. I did not know that. That's crazy, man. But yeah, I did not know you guys were that close. I didn't know that you were real close. Just this real close. You're making it hard for me. I love that song. I don't know why. You kind of reminded me of that song called Close. Yeah, that shows my age a little bit. But, but that's hey, how's it going? Welcome back, AJ. Oh, actually, you know what, AJ, since you're here, AJ, you have a decision to make because believe it or not, your team actually did win. Anyway, yep, it's a lot of us in the YouTube that live in the same state. Also, not sure if you know Q. I did not know that you were close to him too. That's crazy. But anyway, AJ, your team won actually, and it came down to it came to a game-winning field goal by your good friend Jet Strike. So Jet Strike, like the champ that he is, came through. But so did Chris Frost, and so did you, and the rest of the Los Angeles Chargers. But yeah, before I forget, let me take out the Bengals now that they're out, and put them in the free agent pool. And then AJ's like, "Cool, I got to get back more often so I could be in Madden again." All right, I'll put your name down there, Mr. P, and then just simply find somebody who has been inactive, and then just replace that person with you. Okay. Um. Oh yeah, that's right. The Bengals. And it was close though. It got down to overtime. There's Wally. So not a problem. All right, cool, cool. All right. So Edward Elvis, and of course that's Arkham's guy, Edward Elvis. Yeah, that's his representative in this game. And Munchie, Adidra Lewis. Okay, so AJ, you have a decision to make, and among some of the free agents that you have, or actually, let's take a look at who you may need before we start on um, who, which person you're gonna pick in terms to join your team. Real quick. Okay, so AJ, among some of the big names, uh, Now, among the big names that you have to pick from, you have some of the guys that just lost. You have Walter Johnson. You have. I'll just go for the notables instead. Uh, One of them is your good friend Patty Chase. Who else? Jordan Walker. You have me. You have Dragonheart, Gregory Blakely. Who else? Um, oh shit! I forgot to put. Hang on a second. There we go. I forgot to update one of them. Shit. And then you have. Oh yeah, and you also have Crushing Kelly and Jennifer Riley. Among those. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's see the free agents. I'm sorry. Oh okay. Uh, all right. Well, let's take a look at the free agents really quickly. So you have Jennifer Riley. She is a wide receiver, but we could always convert her into a different position if need be. It's not a problem. Let's see. Then of course you have Atticus, and then you have me as a center. But again, I can always move into a different position. It's not a problem. Same thing with Gregory Blakely, aka Dragonheart. I'm just showing you the names, and then I'll go back and show what possible holes you can plug in. Jordan Walker or Zach Walker. Oh, and there's Patty. Now, even though she's a kicker, you could definitely get her and then put her in a position that she could fill a hole in. And then there's Arkham's character, Edward Elvis. Yes, you did win. Yes. So so yeah, AJ's team won, or actually your guys' team won. And then let's see, Walter Johnson, and finally Azrael Black. But to answer your question, let's find out what is the biggest need for the Chargers. So let's see who we have. Okay, so Justin Herbert, not perfect, but pretty good. Let's see. Well, okay, so you guys have a running back in Austin Eckler, so you don't really need that. Wide receiver, you already have Keenan Allen, and then you have Chris Frost himself and Mike Williams, so you don't need a receiver. Do you need a tight end? Jared Cook, pretty good. Left tackle, Rashawn Slater, very good. Matt Matt Fi- I can't even pronounce this young man's name, but he's a 78. Okay. Corey Lindsey, oh yeah, he's pretty good. So you're good on that front. Woo. Okay, so right guard. Wow. Right guard is by far the weakest at this point. So it looks like guard on the right side is a possibility, but we'll see what else we have. Right tackle is also another one that you can fill up. Left end, maybe. And then you have the right end, so you're cool on that. Defensive tackle, yeah, you're good there. Left outside linebacker, no way. You're good on that because you have Joey Bosa. He's a man. Kazir White, maybe on the middle. And then right could be better, but it's not the worst. And then you have Harrison Davis, and those guys did pretty well. Adderley, maybe, on free safety. And then strong safety, you're good there. All right, so it looks like the biggest weakness that you have is either right guard or right tackle. So those are the two big ones. So the question is, do you need or are you in need of a tackle or a guard? Either way, you'll be filling up a big hole. Yep, exactly as Mr. P pointed out. Now, I'm just going to go back to the list of people that are offensive guards and tackles. So, oh, shit. Let me do that. Oh, there we go.
So you have one offensive guard, and that's Munchie, aka Adidra Lewis. But then you also have 3 offensive tackles ready to go, and that's Edward Elvis, Edward Elvis, which is Arkham 500's representative, Cole Weston, and Rain Sinclair. Right guard. Okay. So that means that by default, you'll be picking Adidra Lewis, unless you want to take somebody, uh, or unless you want to take somebody else, like, say, Jordan Walker, myself, DJ Toad, or Dragonheart, and then have him move over to right guard. Because I can do that. I can do those type of things. So if you want to get, say, Dragonheart and move him to right guard, we'll do that. And same thing for someone who's on defense who can move over to that spot, because I can do that. Other team. So let's see who else we have here. Yeah. All right. So those are the ones. Those are the candidates that you can pick. So as mentioned before, you could pick somebody who is also a center, and you could just simply put them at right guard, and they can just and they can just kill it. Me. Okay, I will do it. I am at your service, AJ. So he's picked me. So okay. Oh right, let me put this at the Chargers. Okay. So he's picked me, TJ Toad. But yeah, this is by the way, that's Dragonheart. Just want to make sure you know. But yes, there that. But just to be clear, you want me. And then Mr. P says, AJ, you can't go wrong with whoever you pick though. But first, let's burn TJ's Raider jersey. Really? Really? You're gonna do me like that, Mr. P? By the way, I'm not sure IRL like really who your favorite team is, Mr. P is. What who your favorite team is, Mr. P? But it is true that I am a Raiders fan, definitely. But like I'm not gonna go out of my way to disrespect all the other teams. Like the Steelers, I respect their history because they had that dynasty in the 70s. Let it burn, let it burn. Really? You're gonna get me for that? Okay. So I take it AJ it really means it when he says he wants me. All right. I will do it then. All right. I will do that. Oh, the Patriots. Yeah, of course. You guys are tied for the most Super Bowls with the Steelers. When it comes to the Super Bowl, you each have 6 championships. All right, so the only other thing left for me to do is you took players and Josh from us. You're gonna pay for that. Wait, Josh? Oh, there I am. All right, so I'm just gonna edit this to have me play at right guard. So, yeah, right guard. There we go. And yes, and yes, of course, I graduated from Sacramento State IRL, and I live in California. I am not ashamed to say that. Okay, so I don't need to do anything else. Well, so now Justin Herbert has somebody to protect him, at least on the right side. Yeah, but the thing is, Josh McDaniels is an absolute idiot. That's the problem. Yeah, we may have taken Josh away, and Josh was a great, offensive coordinator, but he's an idiot when it comes to being a head coach. I'm sorry. If anything, if anything, you should have kept him. Or no, actually, scratch that. We should have never hired him. That's the worst thing. That Yeah, I definitely went to college, and you know something? I value my education, and that's more than I can say for. Well, I don't want to mention his name, but the guy that I was a friend with, he pretty much forsaked his education, and I'm just afraid that once the money starts running away, like once he no longer has anybody to quote unquote mooch off of, he's going to be without a home, and it's all because he forsaked his education, though. So yeah, well. Anyway, I just really wanted to say that the Raiders made a mistake in hiring him. Yeah, we took him from you, but then really, when it comes to Josh McDaniels, he just hasn't proven anything. He hasn't proven that he can win as a head coach. He hasn't. I mean, really, it's like uh, as far as wait, what do you mean? What do you mean when you say it depends on what you go for? Like, what do you mean? Because as far as my friend that forsaked his education, he wanted to try to be famous on YouTube. And the way I see it is, unless you have a special talent, or unless you have something that the people want to have, like unless you have something that's intangible, if unless you have that it factor, or you have that product that makes people want to come in droves, I'm sorry. But why the hell would you give up your college education? Why would you give up any kind of education? If anything, that makes my blood boil. And in fact, that's pretty much the reason why homelessness went up by however much it went up to, all because people are stupid enough that they thought that they could make without it, and then they realized that without it, they're on the streets. And yes, that is true that people make their own path in life. And but yeah, but it is true though that they have to live with their choices. It's just I wish that there was a way to force people to have to get their education, or at the least get it up until college, and then after that they can make whatever decisions they want to make. But if they drop out of high school and they don't have that high school diploma, you're pretty much screwed out of. eh, you're pretty much screwed. It's like, come on, man. Nowadays, you need a college education. You need a college degree, to get a very good job. I imagine, Mr. P, you have a college degree of some sort. I'm not sure what you have. I have a bachelor's in accounting, but whatever it is that you have must have been good enough, because it's must be good because you have a great job. And that is true. They have no one to blame but themselves, but it doesn't change the fact that they it doesn't change the fact that it breaks my heart. It really does. And for those people, like I'm not talking about the homeless that like that that became homeless because of the because of circumstances beyond their control. Like I feel for those people too, but for the people made that became homeless by their own choices, I'm sorry. I mean, it should be an option when it comes to something other than colleges. Really, it should be an option. But other than that, for me, college was my biggest option, and I wanted to go to college. So there you go. But on the other hand, yeah, they probably should have more options when it comes to like um, city colleges, or smaller colleges so that, or junior colleges, that's probably it. They probably should, go to junior colleges so that way, um, yeah, um, but yeah, junior college should probably be an option because at least it's slightly more affordable, and then if you get your credits, then you can get a discount or or at least have it count towards getting your degree or anything like that. Is to you told your nieces and nephews to get a secondary education in their chosen field, even if it's the Job Corps. Absolutely. Oh, I almost forgot. I forgot to save. Shit. Sorry. I mean, we were so busy talking about education. It was like, but yeah. But the one thing that always breaks my heart is the fact that education isn't valued as much as it should. That's the one thing that just upsets me really. Oh, of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. And as for Clinton, I really hope that he does get the help that he needs. You know, and I mean that in the most. I really mean that. I really do. I mean that, and I want Clinton to be happy. I don't want him to be happy just for me. I want him to be happy for him and his family. Just because I want him to be happy, I don't want him to be happy because I want him to be happy. I want him to be happy because he's happy for himself. That's and same thing for Mr. P. I want him to be happy too, but I can't make him happy. I want him to be happy for him. Or at least the man behind the character, really. And I certainly want myself to be happy, not because other people want me to be happy, which I appreciate, but I didn't go to college, but I went to trade school. My resume speaks for itself because you're qualified. Some jobs say I'm overqualified. See, unless you go to any sort of trade school or junior college, if you don't go to a big one, yeah, I mean those are good avenues to have, but you have to have something. Well, yeah, like she makes you happy when you're down as long as she's on top. Take that for what you will. I mean, of course, in character, me and Speranza get happy when I'm down. She's always happy when she's up. But I'll leave that at bay. And and I'm not even going to go there. Not going to go there. But I will say that when I have to imagine whoever Mrs. P is, when she makes you happy, I have to think that that feeling is nice, nice baby. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, even a high school diploma is something, definitely. I love doing that. By the way, that's my recurring gag. Is every time somebody says "ice, ice, baby," or I come up with something that's nice, nice, baby, I would do that and just do that. She's your backbone and your other. Yeah, of course. She's the half that makes you whole. Really. Like I'm still trying to find my other half, if you know what I mean. IRL, and I'm not like, yeah, Speranza is awesome, but the only problem, she's not real. I am real. or rather the man behind TJ Toad, is real. But Speranza is a fictional character and is not real. But of course Mrs. P is real. And I have to think that Mr. P is, yeah, there's definitely somebody out there. And I pray to God for that I do find her. Really, I do. I mean, at the end of the day, we are all fictional characters, but what they all have in common is that they have men and women behind them. Well, most of them do. But as far as but to go back to Mrs. P, I imagine that she makes you feel so good that you say to her, and I quote, "This is how I feel. 'Cause baby, I'm for real." Yeah, she could be under my nose, or I could just be under her thumb. Or rather, maybe she's under my thumb. Under my thumb. I love that song. Clinton, Mrs. P is real. 'Cause this is how he feels. 'Cause baby, he's for real. And yes, by the way, I'm quoting a song called "Baby, I'm for Real." Like seriously, that's a very good song, by the way. Like I don't just listen to rock and roll. I also listen to some R&B and say things like, "I guess you'd say, what can make me feel this way? My girl, my girl, my girl. Talking about my girl, my girl." Love that song. Yes, of course. Although, God forbid if we had a divorce, my song, like, especially if she leaves me, it would be something along the lines of, "I know you wanna leave me, but I refuse to let you go. If I have to beg, plead for your sympathy, I don't mind, 'cause you mean that much to me. Ain't too proud to beg, sweet darling." I love that song. When you sing your song, me and Clinton are going to be your backup background singers. I'm sorry. I love that. We're having way too much fun here, man. And for those who are watching this, like, even though we're not playing a game right now, this is just, oh, man. I could probably watch this part right here. I mean, seriously, we're having way too much fun. And you know something? I do have a good friend. I have another good friend of mine. I have a really good friend. I do not dance. Well, you don't have to dance, but I do have a friend who also doesn't dance.
And his name is John C.
Yeah, his name is John Cena. I Yeah, do the Carlton. Yeah, definitely do the Carlton.
And his name is John C.
Oh, I just love doing the John Cena thing. Oh man. Oh man, I don't know what else to do other than just shoot the shit. Sorry. I usually don't swear all that much, but yeah. To shoot the breeze, I probably should have said that. But then again, it's not just any kind of logic. You could say it's
Video game logic.
yes, it's video game logic. What do you have to say about that?
Video game logic.
Exactly. Oh dear. Okay. Well, but in all due seriousness, though, I do have to get going. But I want to thank you guys for shooting the breeze with me, and I thank you for that. And um, on a very serious note, um, I want to thank you for you know making the you know making this experience a very fun one. Uh, but I'm happy that you did come in, and same thing with AJ and Clinton and everybody that came beforehand. So I want to say thank you to all of you. I know, but I'm gonna leave you with something that my mother taught me when I was younger. I don't know if I don't know Mr. P and Clinton if anybody's ever told you this or if you were ever taught this, I should say. But my mother taught me this, and I'll just tell you. I remember when I was about to start kindergarten, or not kindergarten. I think it was, or maybe it was, yeah, it was kindergarten. All right. Again, it happened so long ago, but I remember it was before I started kindergarten, and it was really the first time that I've ever seen kids that looked different than me, like those with darker skin or skin that was much lighter than mine, and and whatnot. So the first time I ever saw children of of other colors, I asked my mom about that, and I said, "Is there something wrong?" or something along those lines. And she says, God makes people. You understand that, correct? I said, yes. And then she says to me, who makes a rainbow? I said, God. And then she says, I would never presume to tell anybody who could make a rainbow what color to make children. So she changed my whole life with that statement because, she told me to, you know, just because they look different doesn't mean that you should treat them different. So that was the one thing that my mom taught me, and I wanted to give you that part, to take away from it, because I like to have fun and I like to play games and everything like that, but I can be serious when I need to be, and I wanted to share that with you. So I leave you, and I will see you. I don't know if I'll see Mr. P and Clinton, but I will be back uh, for Blue Toad Wrestling tomorrow. And until then, this is the Blue Toad, Deju22, signing off, saying goodbye, and peace!